Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Valerian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.
Ah, the lovely sound of Eberron Oracle of War and Season 5, which is not quite done yet, but is closing in. We begin the final part today, everybody, of Eberron Oracle of War Season 5, known, I believe, as the Dogs of War, if I'm not mistaken. But we start today with the Dragon Below. Welcome, Arvanauts, to a Saturday night stream. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you here and welcome you to Day 74 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. As I said, the Dragon Below. Very excited for this. And this is setting up for what is going to be an epic season finale coming up next week, actually. You're going to see these folks in just a little over a week when we finish up with Season 5 and with the Dragon Below Part 16 of Oracle of War as we're moving into the final season, which will happen starting in June. But before that, we have to actually get through part 16, and so that's why we're here tonight. Quick couple of notes about ways to help the channel. If you haven't done so, please make sure to follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thank you all those who have subscribed over there. We are now up to 1,103 subscribers on YouTube, which is wonderful. Please continue to do that. Please join us over on the YouTube channel. It's free for you to subscribe, but I imagine it's free for you to describe it too. But it's free for you to subscribe, and it really helps us out, so please do that. That would be lovely. If you have not already done so, please consider as well checking out our Discord channel with !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website for this, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. You'll see a few people repping Infinity and Beyond tonight, including yours truly. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, which is sitting there, as you can see, at $88 a month. Really trying to get that into triple digits. My goal is to get it there before ArvCon begins next week. Would love to do that. It really does help out the channel. It's the financial backbone of the channel, and you can get cool stuff for yourself and cool stuff for the channel if you support us over there, so please do that. Subscribe with the Patreon. Also subscribe to the channel, where you can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and can get inspirations to help our players. They may definitely need it. If not tonight, then definitely next week. They definitely needed it last time when they were dealing, of course, with an ancient red dragon. So you can definitely jump on board to help with that. You can also get inspirations to help our players if you support the Patreon at a high enough tier. On the publishing front, Icarus, that's my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade is my Greyshade IP. Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy, available there right now from Athos Arts. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade done by our very own Trent Sparks there. And you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade from our very own Brandon O'Brien, which is going to be out in August. It's going to be out at Gen Con from Alligator Alley Entertainment. Very excited for this. It's going to be amazing, and you can pre-order that right now. More details about that to come. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help, and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message will do so for others in that situation in the future. Now, with all that said, I am going to unmute myself so the folks know we are ready to go. I apologize for anyone that I interrupted when I couldn't hear them, and then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal the crew. The crew is here. The Infinity and Beyond crew is here. They are ready to go. They are confident. They feel just, filled with verve and vigor. And they're fully prepared. I want to say with everybody, they're fully prepared. Having turned to level 16, they all were totally prepared and ready to go, with no issues at all of sort of last-minute leveling. That didn't happen in the least. But I'm very excited for this. And just as a quick note, Chad, remember, this intrepid crew is not only playing tonight, they are also going to be playing next Sunday, a week from tomorrow, as part of our marathon session for D&D with Infinity and Beyond as part of ArvCon. ArvCon, of course, 2025, to benefit the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation. We already have $250 donated towards that final $5,000, well, hopefully not final, hopefully we get over it, but the $5,000 goal. If we hit that goal, we will pass $40,000 for the entire event of ArvCon since it began over 10 years ago, and you're going to see that crew there on Sunday. I announced the schedule today. After we're done with the session tonight and I let these fine folks go, I will go over the schedule again for all of you, but it's going to be amazing. Tabletop play, concerts, giveaways, all kinds of special events, including a new set of Damon Runyon scientists, who I will not only be chatting with on Saturday, but will be playing a tabletop game with the amazing Mike Underwood on Monday. So very excited for that. It's going to be a great event. And if you want to know more, then please stick around or watch the VOD to the end later, and you'll get more details about that. But this crew is ready to go, and I'm going to start with the gentleman at the bottom left of your screen, and that is one Mr. Trent Sparks. Hello, Trent. Good to see you. I said before that Trent was helping a little bit with that not at all leveling at the last minute thing. everything. And while doing that, he was Trent's usual amazing voice. He's like, all right, so then this and this and this. And behind him is the light and the wind is blowing in. He's like, so you're going to want to get this feat. And no, your constitution isn't actually 72. And, you can't actually, and that was, it was really pleasant. It was like the Bob Vila of Level Up. So thank you for doing that, Trent. How are you doing otherwise, and who are you playing tonight?
Very tired.
Yeah.
Big surprise.
Oh.
I'm never very tired whenever we do these things. Yeah. Ever. That never happens. But doing all right. Yeah, I think I think I may have mentioned it before. I got an email from some lady who wanted me to narrate some pamphlets for a webinar so that the people who are reading the pamphlets can follow along.
Okay.
With the thing. And basically the price that she quoted me was like crazy good. I mean, really unusually, like weirdly good. And I was like,
is this one of those don't ask questions, it's government thing, or like what,
No, it's the thing is, it's a webinar that is to raise awareness for depression in teens and adolescents.
Okay.
So nice. It's, the identification, the treatment, getting rid of the stigmas. It's all this really cool shit. She sent me the PDF and I was reading through it. I'm like, God, this is great. This is really, really good. If I had known shit like this when why don't people talk about it? And so I'm like, yeah, I will absolutely do this. No problem. And part of my back brain was like, wait a minute, that's still way too much money for a project like this.
Okay.
Look this shit up, dig into this. And so I started looking around and I found one post of somebody getting an email from a calligrapher getting exactly the same sort of email with an insanely high price for what they were asking for, and it possibly turning out to be a scam.
Oh.
But that person never went through the thing. She just presumed it was a scam and backed off. And so I'm like, how do I set up safeties so that if it is a scam, I discover this before I get caught in
sure
it, or that I ascertain. And so I was like, okay, so I've got the first PDF because there are two, and the ghostwriter hasn't finished the second one yet.
Okay.
And I'm like, okay, so what I'll do is I will record the first PDF. You send me 1/4 of the amount of the stuff that we've got. As soon as the check clears, I will send you this recording, and then we can work on the rest of it when the second PDF comes in. And she's like, okay, no problem. And I'm like,
really? Is it no problem? Okay.
Yeah. And so like a week and a half ago, she's like, okay, the payment's on the way. And it still hasn't arrived yet. But the deadline for the project is like the 30th. So I'm like, I'm like, hey, where's that second PDF? And where's my check? And she's like, the check has been sent. It's on its way. The ghostwriter had a family issue, but it's going to be done in time for you to get. I'm like, okay. But I'm like,
so you got to see what this check is. Maybe it's going to be all in gold doubloons, something like that.
I don't think that would fit in my PO box.
No.
Well, maybe. I mean, anyway. So that's a lot longer intro than I wanted to do. So I am playing. Sure. I am playing Miatantan Tagashon de Kenneth, the battlesmith artificer from the House of Kenneth, which is really upset with his leadership and highly suspicious of Merrick's de Kenneth bastard. Anyway, and right now he does not have his Meccano good boy named Spanner.
Yeah.
And has no real hope of making a new one anytime soon because the materials just are not there. So
I'm sure there'll be plenty of salvage. Plenty of salvage to come where you're going to. I can't imagine why that would be a problem.
Make him out of Allosaurus meat from this point on.
Everyone's like, wait, no.
See Marie's face? That's
like, you can't do that. Oh man.
Speaking of Marie's face.
Speaking of Marie's face, it's up there. Always a pleasure to have Trent with us. Also a pleasure, of course, to have one Marie Bilodeau with us. Now, this is a little bit of inside baseball, but it may or may not have been the case that Marie and I yesterday finished most of the rest of our work in scheduling for our particular track of Worldcon. I know that Jen did that too for her track, and so it was a good experience. There was a lot going on at certain stages, but it's all through, and we are. I don't want to speak for Marie, but I think Marie would agree that we came up with some good panels and everything else, and all that kind of good stuff. And so, but it was late, and so I hope that Marie, you've recovered from that. How are you, and who are you playing today?
No, I'm going to expire in about an hour.
Okay, yeah.
So you'll just be like, roll for initiative, and my head will collapse on my keyboard with a large clank. Just let me sleep. I'm happy. It was fun, and it was good. I went to bed too late. I got up too early because I have 4 cats who are terrible, but I had a nap this afternoon, which was a lot of fun.
Okay.
After Carrie and I solved a murder on a Clue escape game. So no, it wasn't a murder.
I'm glad you added that so we don't get it clipped. After we solved a murder, clip. Like what is
Yeah. Done.
Yeah.
Look, I don't know what you do with your Saturday afternoons, but so so it was a good day, and I had a nap, but I had to Carrie had to wake me up at 6:30 by throwing multiple cats on me. And then I still hadn't done my nails. I hadn't done them in a week. So then of course I had to do them because I couldn't do that to you guys. And then I realized that I ran out of sparkle glue, so I just threw sparkles on my face, which means they'll slowly collapse everywhere. It's been a rough day, Greg.
I know. I can tell. I just had this image of you throwing up a thing of glitter and just running through it. Just yeah, exactly.
Look, I don't know how you do your makeup, but that's how I do my makeup.
I mean, listen, I also don't know how I do my makeup. Who are you playing today, Marie?
We have to fix that, obviously.
Right? I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor, freshly leveled up to level 16, thanks to the help of my friends.
Popping fresh.
Fresh.
Yes.
It's just live, hot off the presses, people.
Mm-hmm.
I am a College of Swords bard, also a Kalishtar. I like to hang out with my friends. I can talk telepathically to you in your house right now, and hang out with my sister, played by Jennifer Brozak. And it's been a lot, but I think Mérimée is ready to go step some things today. So let's do this.
Let's make that happen. Always a pleasure to have Marie with us, and also a pleasure, of course, to have Mr. Brandon O'Brien with us as well. Brandon, it's good to see you. Brandon, of course, as usual, has been the monthly columnist for Rascal News, of course, has also been busy with a host of other things, including Gray Shade stuff. And so, as usual, Brandon is just got all amazing things that is being done. And I imagine Brandon would say too many things at once that are coming due. But I hope that you're managing to get some occasional rest here and there and all that kind of good stuff. What's new with you, and who are you playing today, Brandon?
Hey, when you say that you hope that I've been getting rest, at some point, very strongly for the past 8 days, my body was like, "Here, just have the rest."
Just take it.
So I was in a fugue state for the last week. Where I couldn't, I was sleeping in front of my PC. I couldn't remember what time of the day it was. Yeah, I was going through it, TM, last week, but I am on the other end now, getting closer to actually being productive. So that's I still have a lot of adulting to do for my own body, but at least I am still alive. In the vein of me always finding a media thing to talk about whenever I am here, this is my opportunity to let people know that a cool thing is happening on British television presently. So I'm a big fan of a Korean reality game show called The Genius, which is essentially putting 12 very talented people somewhere on the range of high IQ university graduates to a comedian that was on TV one time, um, in a room every night for 12 days where they solve a very large puzzle. And if they do it, they get the chance of making sure that they don't lose $10,000. But if they go poorly, then they will eventually lose $10,000. And whoever wins gets a bunch of everybody else's money. So like, think Survivor if it was in a very nice apartment. Um,
With K-pop, I'm
and
seeing it. It's all clicking.
yeah, so it's very fun. It's very cerebral. Some of the games that they play in that game is actually very, very neat. But also, the Korean version really sold me on the idea that Western reality television is actually bad for the brain. That the idea of milking conflict out of every possible interaction is actually unnecessarily emotionally hostile, because the Korean version of this show only manifests its conflict by showing people just being very good at solving puzzles. Um, so I say all of that to say, on the British television's channel ITV, there is now the British adaptation of that show called The Genius Game,
Okay.
which is just as complicated, just as cerebral, just as intriguing. Leans a little bit obviously in the Western capacity for conflict, but is still doing some of the things that I particularly like about the original Korean version. But I say all of this to also point out that the host is David Tennant. So if you like watching David Tennant be snarky at very smart people in the process of them solving very complicated social puzzles, it is actually very fun. And if you have a VPN on your PC, you can go to ITVX and do the thing. Or you can do another thing that is none of my business. But I do definitely recommend watching The Genius Game. It is actually very, very cool.
Very cool.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago. And tonight I'll be playing Rowan Shallow, who's a wild magic sorcerer whose wild magic is gun. And is very pleased to know that we are no longer surrounded by dinosaurs, even though we are still in the company of a dinosaur, if I am not mistaken. So we'll see how that goes. I imagine at some point I will lose my arm for fun.
Just for the hell of it.
Because I imagine dinosaurs are like dogs in this universe. They're like, ooh, there's a part of this human that can be removed and chewed on in ad infinitum. I'm going to turn this into a toy. I'm looking forward to that happening at some point.
Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us, and I'm very excited to see what Rowan gets up to today. Also a pleasure to have, of course, Jennifer Brozick with us. I mentioned to Jen before that the collar on her shirt made me think, as I was capturing the windows for this, that I was like, I had some weird pixelation going on with my Zoom. I'm like, why the frick? And then I was like, oh no, that's literally just the collar of Jen's shirt. And Jen reminded me that was a Nisiana shirt, basically, that was worn a while ago, and I had forgotten, but now I certainly remembered. But I'm glad that I'm not actually capturing things like out of the Minecraft movie. Jen, how are you? How's everything on your end of the world, and who are you playing today?
So I'm busy, and then I have a lot to do, and then I have got some other stuff going on, and then I have some stuff that I forgot I needed to do and had to do it last night. So it is good. This was a very big week for me. Surprise! I have a single author collection out.
Yay!
I have a magazine out.
Also,
Right,
yay!
surprise.
Yes.
In June, I'm gonna post all these. I'm going to be teaching an editing class for Level Up, Marie's event for CanCon, and even though it's already started, all the stuff that it does not like that. Okay, hold on. I'll make it less.
I can share it in the.
I've got
you
it
got it?
already here.
There we go.
Perfect.
It is Tales of the Hucked Tankard.
So
I love
the
that.
conceit of this specific thing, you know, Dragon Magazine has fiction in the back of it.
Yeah.
Well, back at the very, very beginning, my very first professionally published fiction was fiction in the back of Campaign magazine because I proposed it to the editor.
Okay.
And the whole conceit is there's a character who is a swordswoman and a bard and a storyteller. And she tells stories of all the adventures she's gone on because she throws tankards. And this was based around an old D&D game I used to play where I couldn't hit a goddamn thing unless I picked up a tankard and threw it. It was just one of those weird things.
Mm-hmm.
So it's brawls happen, no blades, no magic. You pay for what you break. That's kind of the tagline that's gone through it. But the other thing is every author starts somewhere. This is where I started. So I reprinted all the ones that were reprinted, printed the one story that didn't get printed because Campaign magazine folded, because this is what happens to magazines.
Yeah.
And then I wrote a 20 years later story with the same character being 20 years older because, you added something that you had professionally published 20 years ago. Woof. Woof. It's a thing. So that's one of the things that I have done. And then Augment 2 is now out. And I'm very pleased with it. It's looking so good. So I've done that. I'm teaching Level Up in early June, so I'll talk about it again at ArvCon. And I have four short stories to write before the end of June. So that'll be fun. I think I've got 1,000 words on one.
You got this.
It's fine.
I got this.
You got this.
It's just there's a lot going on right now, and like Lemmings, deadlines just sort of run together.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, of course, that was a whole fallacy. The producers are actually who herded the lemmings off the cliff. If you didn't know that, by the way.
Yeah.
You can look it up. I wouldn't recommend looking it up because it's kind of terrible what these people did, but otherwise, I'm playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, the halfling healer from the House of Healing, who's currently dealing with the fact that every time she heals, she gets negative energy. And the only way to shed the negative energy is to hurt someone. And so, and if I get as much negative energy as my hit points, I then become vulnerable to all damage. And I have disadvantage on death saving throws. This is bad.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's not great.
One of the reasons I took the bracers of archery, because I need to be able to hurt people. Heal, hurt, heal, hurt, heal, hurt.
Yep. Life is balance. Yes, that's true. And I am excited to see what Nisiana gets up to today as they struggle to close, or actually keep closed, the Gate of the Dead. We shall see if they can do that.
Let's get there first.
We've been playing Oblivion in this household, and suddenly it was like, and close the gates of, close the jaws of Oblivion.
Close the jaws of Oblivion, yes. Of course, the great Patrick Stewart. And Sean Bean in there as well, by the way. So
he was in there?
Yeah, Sean Bean plays Martin, who is the priest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can hear when you're just like, oh my God, Sean Bean. And everyone is just like, is he going to survive? I'm like, listen, all right, just you relax. Yeah, playing Oblivion on this channel as well, having a great time with Oblivion. But always a pleasure to have Jen with us. And finally, last but not least, easier for me to say, it is always a pleasure to have John Helfers with us as well. Good to see you, John. How is life and the universe and everything with you? I think now everything is absolutely fully done with your background. It seems like you've got lights everywhere. Every time we play, you've added a few more things, but it seems like everything's now complete and finished and total. And like,
I mean, the planets will still keep shuffling around. Just because we shuffle them around to get some more sun, some more, you have to repot stuff. But yeah, typically it's like 95% done.
95% done.
But speaking of plants, today was gardening day, so we've been getting plants put in around the house, which I can't show anyone because they're outside. So, but I'm more interested in Arv's commentary on recent announcements by Mr. Rogers. about will he, won't he, will he, is he, isn't he.
He's
The
going
dance,
to.
the
It's just
dance continues.
Yes, he'll figure it out just in time to miss all the non-voluntary camp stuff.
Oh
and
yeah,
he'll
you
be like,
know.
"I'm here."
Get ready for the entire year of this.
I know.
So everything's to the last minute. It'll change his mind at least 8 different times within a 24-hour span.
Or something.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
I was
why.
like,
No, it's Mr. Rogers. He's come back.
no,
and
no.
he's
When
gone.
you said Rogers, I immediately went to John Rogers, and I was just like, wait,
yeah, this is.
what do you mean? Will he, won't he? What hasn't
You
Sean
really
told
do
me?
a
What has he
Mr.
not
Rogers
done?
neighborhood with Aaron Rodgers. That'd be hilarious.
That's true.
I
That's true.
immediately
Anyways.
clocked that they were having a sports conversation, and it reminds me that I keep needing to make a plaque that just says "sports ball," and I just raise it anytime Greg and John speak to each other.
So I was listening to one ear, and then I was also inputting all the new "quote unquote" spells I get as a result of Alarian's nifty new Staff of the Woodlands, which is kind of cool. Okay, thanks to an ability I have that I can kind of subsume any one rod, staff, or wand, and I'm like, well, that makes it more easy. But this, I am John Helfers. I am executive editor for Catalyst Game Labs. I work with everyone here in some capacity or another on audio, writing, editing, something. I'm playing Alarian, the Starforged Aegis. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There we go.
And speaking of that, that's a good way for a sort of a quick segue here, which is that Alarian, since you have now leveled up to level 16, Alarian is the one who did take a lot of damage, but was still hanging in with us with 101 out of 147 hit points and 10 out of 73 Aegis after being smacked around by a dragon, but was able to be there and not go down the way some of the other members of the party did against said dragon. So
by view of not being in their same area,
right?
yes.
By view of being at the dragon's rear end as opposed to the front, that made it a lot easier. So let me ask, what cool thing do you have that now that you've reached level 16?
This is 16. It's not super schmexy, but it's pretty cool that my strength does go up to 20. So I realized I needed to beef up my damage ability, both by rolling and damage. So that's pretty cool. I've been kind of resisting it for a long time. Like, I've taken a lot of feats for this character. Like, I need to tweak that as we're heading into the home stretch. I think I just need to be able to. Hopefully, that extra 5% will help me hit things better. Let's just put it that way. For a die, I now have 7d10, so that's pretty cool too. And of course, I am not rolling for this. I'm taking the average. So my max would be.
Excuse me. Beg your pardon.
Smart. So when I'm at max, it'll be 157, and my Aegis plate will be at 78.
157, and I will let everyone know that we are beginning as if you have had a long rest on board the airship, and I will talk more about that in a little bit. So 157 on 157, and then what did you say for the Aegis points?
78, baby.
78 out of 78. All right, and we will give you. You don't get to carry over hero points. So you had a hero point, and you have another hero point to begin. So, but that's awesome. So that is level 16 Starforged Alarian. As we move up to Jen. So Jen, we are now at level 16 for Nisiana as well. So now I assume you have like aura of invulnerability that never goes down and no one ever can hit anybody.
That would be cool.
Yeah, she does.
I'd
great.
be a big fan of that.
Yeah.
It would be nice, but it was a fairly low-key one for me. So now I just upped my wisdom to 20. So
Okay.
now I have a DC spell DC of 18. So and
Pretty
I
nice.
will be rolling
Outstanding, as
will
in
be
accordance with the
remembering-
prophecy. Yeah.
that I'm adding 5 or adding an extra 2, or maybe I've actually remembered to do this correctly. So +2 plus toughness, so 8.
So 8 total, which means you have 141 out of 141 now. You were down to 19, but you're now 141 out of 141. You do have a hero point. However, your negative energy points do not reset.
Yeah, they're at 83.
So 83,
so
yeah.
I couldn't go around pinching people.
It's just like punch him in the face. How are you? This is for my good. This is for your good. Okay, so 141 out of 141, 83. Any other cool spell that gets added, or not much at level 16?
I got no new spells, so I still have 1 level 8, 1 level 7, and 1 level 6, but they're all kind of beefy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, we're heading into the highest tier level of characters here, just about, chat. So it's going to be crazy talk. This, just for a way of comparison, the highest that we've done in this channel before was with Infinity and Beyond doing Palace of the Red Pasha, which concluded, I believe, at 16, if I'm not mistaken. I think you finished at level 16, or maybe just went to level 17 or something like that. But it was something like that. And so now we're moving on beyond that, obviously. So
I did also figure
yes.
out the problem with Divine Strike. So.
Oh, okay, good. That's cool.
So actually, I should say Trend figured it out because, he helped me with my character sheet.
Well, thank you, Trent, and thank you, Jen. Good stuff from Nisiana. Brandon, what has the last time we left our hero Rowan? He had 14 out of 88 hit points and 0 hit points. You now have a hero point again restored at the beginning of the adventure. But what cool things, if anything, has Rowan gained at this heady level of 16?
Rowan, despite all of the slings and arrows of misfortune that have befallen Rowan up to this point in the journey, in this journey, has gained more charisma. So my charisma is now 18, which is now +4, which makes my spell DC 17.
17.
I don't gain any new spells, but when I get my ability score improvement, I also get what is it called again? A sorcerer's versatility, which means that I get to replace a metamagic with another metamagic. So I've replaced twin spell now with heightened spell.
Oh man.
So when you cast a spell that forces a creature to make a saving throw to resist its effects, I can now spend 3 sorcery points to give one target of the spell disadvantage on its first saving throw made against that spell.
Yeah.
So no more goddamn just waving through very important, like, I don't know how someone shrugs off poison or being lit on fire. That's not happening anymore.
Not anymore. And by the way, I should say, in all seriousness, all of these players are wonderful players mechanically as well as role-playing wise. Brandon has really put on a masterclass in how to use a sorcerer in a versatile way. Like in terms of, I'm going to use the sorcery points to do this, mix it up, go with the other. Like a sorcerer is not a wizard. A sorcerer is a character that can use spells in multiple different ways to bend the boundaries around what spells can normally do. So Brandon has done very well with that. And I'm sure that some point in the remainder of season 5 and all of season 6, at some point we're going to get a wild magic surge at just the right moment. I can't wait, but it's going to happen. Now, as far as
this point, like when I made the character, I was like, I really want to avoid this happening as much as possible. At this point, it needs to happen at least once.
I know it's been, okay,
like,
so
I got control.
It still hasn't occurred. So I am curious as to whether you will, fulfilling the destiny of Rowan, roll for your hit points in accordance with the prophecy, or
yes.
All right.
It would be against type to not roll specifically aiming towards the lowest possible number.
That's what I'm saying.
That is true.
So 1d6 plus 4, 1d6 plus wait.
Just click hit dice.
Yes, I could just click the thing. Right. So yeah, 1d6 plus 2 actually. See?
Damn it. So for those
blow
of you
your hero
at home that
point
might
to
roll
roll again.
And like everybody else is getting beefier, getting tougher. You can see muscles like defining on Nisiana and Merime's bodies. Rowan is getting weaker, frailer.
But actually, John makes a good point though, Brandon. You could use your hero point here to roll that again.
No,
again, this
any
is
worse.
This is the point. Yeah, this is the goal. See, first of all, like, if I waste this hero point and get this one again, you will all get very mad. But secondly, being frail is now the goal. Being frail is now the goal. Like y'all should expect me to die in this
To be frail.
Raceland is what's going on.
Right, it
Brandon,
really is Raceland, straight up.
Yeah.
Oh
Brandon,
man.
just make sure you didn't take
So that
toughness.
puts
Just
me at
typing
91.
that in. Yep.
Yes.
I'm just
Again,
making sure,
Jen?
Brandon, you haven't taken toughness.
I don't. Yeah, did you?
No.
Who, me?
Yeah, and I don't think
No.
so. I didn't think
Why
you
would
did.
I do that when
Again,
sharpshooter?
against type.
So against
I mean,
useful, but
Oh yeah, glass cannon is the intention.
Is very glass. 91 out of 91 with a hero point. But Rowan is with this. But the charisma is so high that we're just like, man, I really like that guy. You know, he falls down a lot.
We gotta
really
kill
like
him.
Yeah,
You know?
I really. Yeah.
I just want to ask a clarifying question because I can't even recall when this happened. Apparently, I'm missing 2 hit dice. Do I regain those?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. At the beginning of this, you would regain those. Yes. Okay. Always a pleasure. I'm very excited to see now Rowan newly improved and more disciplined, clearly, Rowan. But anyway, very excited for all that. All right, Marie. Have you done because I know this was done well ahead of time. Have you done your leveling now? And what cool stuff has Merame gotten?
So I came into the green room and I was like, guys, I haven't done my homework. And then everybody was like, the best, friends ever and helped do my homework for
Trent's
me.
like,
So,
I'm already ready. Like,
guys, I'm in trouble. So I first started by, no, that was a bit later, but I selected the spell at 15th level that I never had, but kept saying I would.
you're right.
So everybody gave me some really cool options, but then I thought of what Meremu would like and what I would enjoy blasting out, and I chose prismatic spray.
Prismatic spray.
It's very hard to say. The glitter
English.
spray.
I actually thought you were gonna do befuddlement, but
I thought about it too, but then I could also just shoot a whole bunch of glitter at people in different ways. Or
Yeah, I
in
mean,
different
Again,
ways,
you gotta stay
so-
true to the character.
Really? I
I
mean,
love prismatic spray. I love
It's like,
that spell.
it's
Right?
like the bardic version of pocket sand.
yeah, it's like,
It's
I
like
love a parade. It's just-
This is level 16 is where Marie and Merime start to just
they start to
become one.
merge. Right, exactly. Your final form is actually just Marie Bilodeau. That's the
It's
final
been
form.
building this way all this time.
Yeah, exactly.
And then for my level up, I increase after some great discussion. Trent is so very patient. I shared my screen and everything. It was very good. So I've increased my constitution by 1 to up it by 1 point, and then my my wisdom as well. So I am stronger, and I got to add 16 hit points to my already high total.
Yeah, no, I mean already.
This is good.
So you did not, in other words, roll in accordance with the prophecy? Is
No,
that
I
right?
haven't
No,
even
this is
added those hit
before
points.
roll.
Oh, that was
That's
before all that. Oh,
so-
geez. Okay. All right.
No,
Because their constitution went.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Right.
so I'm not going to roll.
Unbelievable.
Smart.
I'm just-
Smart.
Just gonna say
Smart.
it. So I
Right.
get 5.
Flourish or
Plus-
flourish by numbers, I wonder. One,
Is it
two.
plus my my dexterity or plus my constitution?
Constitution.
5.
Plus your
That's
constitution.
good.
So 5 plus 3, so plus toughness. So I get 10 extra points. So I'm at 191.
191.
Nice.
To
I
be
just wanna
clear, that is
say-
more than double Rowan's number.
I got you, Rowan. I got you. I just want to be real clear because Carrie just walked in here to get some art stuff that she made an amazing orange chiffon cake that I didn't talk about. So I just wanted you all to know that I enjoyed that. Go on.
I thought you were sparing us this week. You really just forgot. Wow.
I'm immune from this because my daughter
Jen
brought
just
me
reminded me.
a chocolate strawberry yogurt
Oh.
combination,
Oh,
which
nice.
is probably going to be delicious, but is also, I've just realized, covered with chocolate that I need to now wipe off my hands. But
You
anyway,
have to lick it, but yeah.
I was going to
Um,
say, don't wipe it off unless you use your tongue.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, yeah, come on, do it right. But
It's hard to touch my mouse, with chocolate. Not a good idea. But okay, so you are 191, 191. You have 0 negative energy points at the moment.
yeah, because I hit a lot of people.
That's right.
like-
And 1 hero point.
Yes, and are our hit points renewed, or am I
yes.
still at 13
Yes.
hit points?
You
I'm
were
renewed.
at 13, but they are indeed renewed. And I will do that, Configuration Queen. Good to see you. So thank you, Marie. Very excited to see what Merime, new and improved Merime. And last but certainly not least, of course, we have Tantin. And I am very curious, Tren, as to what now. Obviously, you can't reform Voltron, by which I mean Spanner yet. But I assume there are other cool things, maybe-ish, that you receive at level 16 as an artificer.
Oh, right. We're level 16. I should
Yeah.
probably. No, I'm kidding.
Very funny.
No, actually, I didn't really get much. 16 isn't that big of a jump, aside from the either ability score increase or getting a feat. And there were no feats that I really wanted at this point. So I decided that I was going to increase my stuff. What did you have my maximum HP at before?
Well, it was 95, and then that was 106 was what it should have been at.
Okay.
But once you got the long rest, which you did, it would be 106. So yeah.
Right. So 106. So that means that I upped my constitution by 2.
Okay.
So I now have a +4 in that, which means that I get 16 additional points.
Okay.
Because it's retro.
So we're sitting at 122, not counting your current, what you're going to do now.
Right.
In a moment.
So, as is in accordance with some whatever thing, I'm going to roll because I love rolling.
Do it.
Dice.
Do it.
Okay. Now, John, when you said it couldn't get any worse, what could happen is he could hit the thing to roll it again. Roll 20 could crash and completely delete his character. So it could be worse.
It could be worse.
It's true.
Let's see. 1.
Wow. Same situation. So,
Mm-hmm.
but plus the 4, so you have 5. So 5. So 127.
127.
All right. 127 out of 127. You also have 0 negative energy points at the moment.
Correct.
And you have
when-
1 hero point.
When Spanner is reformed, his hit points will be 87. Unless we level up again before I get a chance to rebuild him, then they'll be even 9.
Right. And as we're going through this, don't forget to, I'm sure you won't, but just don't forget to remind me if you're like, is that scrap metal? You know, like if you see, like, you know, if there's stuff that you're like, I want to grab this metal, I'm not deliberately skipping over it. There may be some stuff that you may find. All right. Well, this crew is ready to go, Chad. And if you're like, man, they seem incredibly powerful, I would remind you that many of these characters spent much of last session unconscious as they were getting slammed by a dragon repeatedly. The aura of life was really useful, and the fact that Alarian is a living tank was really useful. But all of the players, all of the characters did some amazing work against the Elder Dragon. It was just an ancient dragon. So, and that was just level 15. What will level 16 bring? Let us find out. Let's shift over here to the map as we see ourselves in the Talenta Plains. I'm going to fire up some music, and then I'm going to talk a little bit. I have a newspaper article for you all to read. A short
Hot off the presses.
Hot off the presses. Let's see. We're going to do this with, I think we had the jungle one going. No, I don't want combat music yet.
Polenta is delicious.
All right, let's
Oh,
see.
good.
Okay, so it's cornmeal. It should be, but I've never liked polenta. I don't know what to
Get out. No, I'm sorry. No, you can stick around. That's more for me. All right.
There you go. And I should. The thing is, I should like it. I like grits and corn muffins and all that, but polenta doesn't. No,
I love
not for me.
polenta
I
too.
do like polenta myself. Okay, so chat. In our last session, as the party was able to successfully complete kill
the dream dragon. Yes,
was
exactly.
able to successfully complete Dream Eater. This just a bit of recap information. This is the part, as I've been watching Person of Interest, the skip recap, skip intro, you know, like as I've seen all these things, right? But in this case, it'll be helpful, I think. In the Thorn Expedition Camp, the adventurers found a letter from Trez Zul, who was an Emerald Claw operative excavating this place called the Creeping Nave under the doomed city of Metrol, which is, of course, Tantan's home originally. In the letter, Zul revealed that the gatekeeper seal at the heart of the Creeping Nave could not be penetrated without weakening the boundaries between Eberron and Dolur, the realm of the dead. This is very bad, because if you weaken the boundaries between the realm of the living and the realm of the dead have a tendency to come over to the realm of the living and have a bunch of other mysterious effects along with it. And so, obviously, the party recognized, the King's Citadel recognized, that it had to stop the Emerald Claw. Besides that, it needs to find out from the Emerald Claw what it knows about the Oracle of Bones, which is the secondary sort of sister device to the Oracle of War, which has been taken by the Lord of Blades, a Warforged who is creating an army, summoned an army big enough to to destroy all of Middle-earth. No. Summoning an army to at least cause real problems for everybody in Corvair. And so the King's Citadel has those things that it has to work on. Seeking answers, the King's Citadel traveled to the Maror Holds, where the dwarf Rolforor guided them to an aberrant sage named Spinweave. Aberrant, I think, is a good way to put it. This was also a hell of a fight. Spinweave revealed, though, before that fight, that the Creeping Knave was dedicated to a Dalekir Valara. And an ancient sort of demigod. To strengthen the gatekeeper seal imprisoning Valara, and thus protecting the realm of the dead from becoming the realm of the living, Spinweave told the adventurers that they needed to seek out some creatures that could strengthen it. And one of the creatures that they found out about from people at the Maror Holds was someone known as Dream Eater, which was a Jarashtar bonecaster, an orc in the Talenta Plains. They went to the Talenta Plains and earned the Dream Eater's trust, by which I mean went into the dream of an ancient red dragon in a dragon graveyard and defeated the dragon in the dream, thus making sure that it would not surface in real life. It was quite a thing. Having done that, the Dream Eater taught them a ritual to bolster the Gatekeeper's seal's spectral wards. But time is not on the King's Citadel side, as the veil between this world and Dolor is weakening by the day, and undead are stirring across Eberron. And so here, I would like the party to someone, I don't remember who I had last time, but if one of you lovely people, maybe, who hasn't read this before? Was it maybe, I don't remember who the last one to read it, but maybe Marie could read this one for this time? Sure. But it is here, I have showed it to all of you. And this is from the Korenberg Chronicle, yeah, if you wouldn't mind,
I want to slide it.
Yeah. There you go. I was doing it. Yeah.
Okay. Supernatural disturbances traced to Mornland. Sages from the University of Winham announced today that they've traced a wave of supernatural activity troubling the 5 nations to the ruins of Seir. For almost 2 weeks, reports of the restless dead have swamped the inboxes of this newspaper from the ghosts of dead professors arguing in the lecture halls of Morgrave University.
Typical.
To the glorious... What?
It's just university professors. How could you tell? No, just kidding.
That's true.
That's an academic joke. That's all my university professor homies right there. Sorry.
You're like, that's what I have. To the glorious reappearance of the 16th Andarian Heavyfoot marching home to Fairhaven, despite being slaughtered 7 years ago at the Battle of Gaul. This is some good news, guys. While most of these incidents have been harmless, a few have been quite the opposite. Sages blame the upsurge in ghostly events on an unexpected conjunction between our world and Dolor, the realm of the dead. Most intriguing, they claim that the catalyst for this mysterious event originated somewhere within the Mornland. With so little known about the day of mourning itself, such news is sure to cause concern at the very highest level of government. We must trust that action is being taken.
And who takes that action, if not the King's Citadel? Thank you, Marie.
Hey, we don't exist.
I know.
Exactly.
Well, that's what I'm
Damn
saying.
it, man.
Like
Stop writing to the newspaper.
They don't know
that.
exactly. Surely action must be taken. We just don't know with it. Well, that's where the King's Citadel comes in, people, and that's where all of you folks are. Before we get started, a couple questions about legacy events. Do any of you have the legacy event, Survivors of the Thorn Expedition? I don't believe you do.
No.
Okay. Does anyone have the legacy event, Desperate Measures?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
We do have
All
that.
right. So something to keep in mind, that you have the Desperate Measures legacy event. Does anyone, you would not have the Rise of the Colossus legacy event, because that would have been another subpart, so I don't think you have that.
No.
And also thus do not have Enmity of the Claw, either legacy event, right?
Surprisingly, no.
Well, you do have
don't.
Enmity, you just don't have the legacy event, just to be clear.
Yeah, apparently not.
So it is just Desperate Measures. That, however, will, at some point, become important, he said ominously. So this finds you, as we begin the Dragon Below, finds you winging your way well above the Talenta Plains in your airship as you are traveling towards the Mornland and towards the capital of Metrol. Now, as a quick note, you are already aware of this, but the captain of the ship has reminded you all that you will not be able to fly over the area to Metrol. It's too dangerous. Like, they could fly you, 10,000 feet above it and then have you parachute in, but that's probably not the greatest idea.
What are you talking about?
Well, you'd have to figure out
the
how
rest
to
of you would
actually-
have a bit of a problem, but
yeah, exactly
I'm all
right,
good.
Mr. Death from Above.
That's right.
But so you're going to have to, when you get close to it, they'll have to set the airship down and then have you continue on foot into the Mornland towards Metrol. The other thing to note, however, is that as you are sort of making your way there, there are some significant personal issues that may or may not come up as a consequence of all of this. And so we're going to basically put this about a day and a half after the events of Talenta Plains. You went back, got a little bit of chance to get a long rest, protected by the Dream Eater and the dinosaurs, and then you had a chance to head back to the airship, and from there take off and head towards, or well, not take off, climb up to, and then head towards Metrol. So you are still probably, I would say, about 6 to 8 hours away. So it's after you've had a chance to have a long rest and everything has been restored. But you are now given the opportunity to basically speak to each other if you wish. And I assume there may be some of that going on. So you're on board the airship. We're heading towards kind of early afternoon. You should arrive at the Mornland at the Gray probably right around 8 or 9 o'clock when it's starting to get dark. Perfect time to be entering the morning. All right. I'm going to hand things back over to the players. Do you have any things you would like to say to each other about things?
Well, one of the things that I would want to know, because Jen doesn't quite remember, was this ritual to strengthen the sigil or warding.
Right.
If I remember correctly, is actually to feed 3 trapped genies?
No, the 3 trapped genies, not quite. The 3 trapped genies are inside the Oracle of War. And that was information that you got, which may be very important later on, because as you all know, the Oracle of War acts weird. And it's not acting the way that was even originally designed by Soren Moranen. Apparently that's because there are these 3 genies imprisoned inside the Oracle. I know that some members of this party have different opinions about that than others. And so, yeah, so that is going to become important, but it's not related to this. For this, It's a matter of using a special herbal mixture and then using a particular sign, like countersign, that you scratch into the door itself using that mixture, is what they told you.
And we have the mixture.
Yes, and she gave you the mixture.
I guess the question is, do we have a plan?
Get in, find the door, find the enemy, kill the enemy, strengthen the door, get out.
Survive.
I mean, that's where the get out part comes. We leave. We leave in one piece. We all leave together, that kind of thing.
Yeah. How?
Well, preferably leave in 5 pieces. Because we don't want to leave in one piece, because then we all got smashed in it.
I mean,
But how are we going to find the door?
I mean, so this is a ruined city, correct?
Not that much.
No, I thought it wasn't slagged in battle. Something? No, not so much.
No, when the morning happened, the people were screwed up, but the city was pretty much intact.
Yes. That's quite right. And also, I should say one quick note, which is that you may remember that back in the My Undying Heart, where you had to go get the Emerald Claw operative. He was a vampire, and you had to go in and deal with that guy.
Oh, yeah.
There was a map there that set you on this path in the first place that told you about this interest in the Creeping Knave and in Metrol and all that stuff. And in that, the entrance to the Creeping Knave, which is clear from the map, and also Tanton would know, is through, or at least used to be, through an old sewer tunnel, which is at the base of Metrol Station. So assuming
that was going to be my next question.
Yeah, and assuming Tanton is right, that stuff would not be destroyed. It may be that you're walking into a subway station like the video game Metro, and I'm sure that'll be fine. What could go wrong in that perfectly normal video game where there are no
Like, isn't
zombies
that
or
like
anything?
a complete kill box?
I don't know what you mean. But anyway. So
No
so
idea.
yes.
Yes, that was not to bring up terrible nightmarish memories for Tanton, but yes, how much does he remember of the city and did he know, and yada yada yada. So it seems like we have the means to get there at the very least.
Well, we have to cross back into the Mournland, and then we have to go to Seer. And I'm watching Mia Tantan as I speak.
He is port side aft, facing away from the dead gray mist.
Okay.
The what?
The dead gray mist, the gray cloud.
Oh, he's facing away from it. Okay.
Yeah. And those of you who are observant will probably note that he always does that.
Yeah, he never.
As often as possible, he never looks at it.
So what happens when we're in the mist and you can't help looking at it?
He looks at the ground.
Okay. Or he's working. He's always, if he's doing something, that's true. If he's doing something, you can't look at it. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
Point. Yep. Okay.
Well, I'm going to look at my sister and understanding that Tantan is looking elsewhere and not necessarily answering right now, unless you are answering, Tantan.
Well, this is also stuff he would have told you guys before.
That's true. So I'm going to look at my sister and just say, like, and ask of the group while looking at you, is the healing magic oddness going to continue?
Yes,
Or
until we figure this out.
Oh.
That's why I need to continue to use my bow or my sacred weapon, spiritual weapon. I can feel the energy within me still from the last fight, or from the last time after when I healed everyone. So I just need to be very aware and conscious of that, because
is there anything we can do now to help you with that energy? That can't be comfortable. Alarian is a tank. You can probably use your crossbow on him in practice, on them in practice.
I would be very uncomfortable hurting any of you. I understand that might actually be a detriment to all of us, and if you insist that I do, I still think it's a bad idea, because we are going into battle. The Mournlands will not be kind, especially with the veil between us and that realm of the dead being so thin.
Yeah.
I suspect there will be a lot of things for me to shoot and hit.
That's true. At least I guess that's a good thing. I'm a bit torn here.
My whole life is about healing others, and now I'm forced to hurt. I mean, barring the fact that my Baron told me that I would need to learn to hurt people as part of my job, I have been thinking about it a lot, but we are who we are, and we do what we need to do.
When you mention your Baron, I cross my arms, but I don't say anything. That's sisterly love.
So, yeah. I mean, I feel we have a goal, but I still feel like we are unanchored,
Rudderless.
that we are drifting. We kind of know where we're going, but we have no plan, and that makes me nervous, but I don't think we can plan. except to say, who's going to draw the sigil using the goo on the door? We need to actually kind of have a plan for that. And I kind of that, and I look over at Mia Tantan and I'm like, and I suspect it won't be Ilarion or you. The two of you will be guarding us.
It shouldn't be you either. You're already taking enough negative energy from healing.
Well, nobody said that this ritual is going to hurt the caster.
But I mean, so far all we've done has been responding. Since we found the Oracle of War, the only thing we've been able to do is respond. And right now, I feel, and perhaps it's unfair of me to do so, but I feel like the sigil might, we don't know, it might hurt. It might hurt you more. And I don't know that it's a risk worth taking right now. Not with you, you're already hurting from healing us.
Well, you're right. We are being very reactive, and this is why I feel we need to have some sort of plan. And why that means either Rowan or Mia Tantan needs to plan to do this thing.
I can do it too. I have good hit points. I mean, I feel stronger lately.
You will probably be keeping things from hurting us. You and Ilarion.
Yeah.
And
that's why I feel this going down, that we will be keeping things off of them to get it done. So it really could be any one of the three of you. You all should be ready to do it at a moment's notice, to be quite honest.
Well, then we need to practice the sigil. We have time.
Also correct.
And Mia Tantan, I know this hurts, but we need to know whether or not you can or are willing to do this ritual at the door.
And he just nods silently. And then after a moment, he stops and kind of turns his head to the side to sort of look towards the group, but mainly keeps his eyes on the deck when he does. And he says, it's also very likely that once the sigil is in place, the negative energy effect will be mitigated.
Oh. I hadn't thought of that, but
it's possible.
I'm going to work on the assumption that it won't.
That's probably wise.
And it may be that a sorcerer or a mage or an artificer needs to do it, but I think, yes, all three of us need to practice the symbol that we need to scratch into the door. And we have a newspaper to scroll all over.
It's true. With ghosts appearing everywhere. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's uncomfortable. And we have to prepare ourselves. And I glance at Mia Tantan, knowing that he fully well knows this. Because who knows what kind of ghosts we'll encounter in the city.
And he sort of mutters something under his breath. And those of you who have the spell Prestidigitation will recognize it pretty quick. And he just draws the sigil in the air like a little glowing thing. He's like, it's like that.
Oh.
And then it just vanishes.
Okay. Well, we'll spend some time, at least Rowan and I can spend some time practicing it.
Okay.
Trace the sigil 10 times, and then we'll
No,
grade you on your
seriously.
penmanship.
This is one of those things that I'm like, my character, it needs to have a plan. If the plan is she's going to scroll this stupid symbol 50,000 times before they get there, that's what she's going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to make Mia Tantan look at it and see if she did it right.
Now draw Tippy the turtle. No.
Or a pirate, you get your choice.
Or a pirate.
That's all good. Yes.
Anything else? I should mention that you are closing in a little bit further on the roiling gray mist that you're all familiar with.
before we get there, and I'll let her have some time to practice first, but eventually at one point, Ilarion wants to reach out to Nisiana. Or actually, what they'll do is they'll probably just kind of plunk down, still floating, as they sit down while you're doing your tracing work or whatever.
I was going to say, accidentally turning into a tank, setting the airship flying off. No! Damn it.
Yeah, but then I can just fly underneath and carry it along, so it's fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
sure.
That's right. So then you got nothing on me,
You're not
baby.
actually a Gundam suit, to be clear. Like, you're not actually fully that way.
Hey, Iron Titan doubles my... Well, this airship's heavier than double my strength.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah, so I could assist. Anyways. And they'll just wait patiently until you finish, like, your work. Obviously, Nisiana's probably concentrating pretty intently on this, so they'll just wait until you're done, until, like, you take a break.
Okay, and then I will
Yeah.
look up at you and we'll eye to eye because you're sitting and I'm standing.
Yep, pretty much. So. And I say, I wanted, they're speaking, it doesn't have to be the mind link.
Yeah.
It's like, I wanted to check in on you and see how you're coming to terms with this whole idea of, as you said earlier, using your powers to harm instead of heal. Because I know that's an issue for you. It's one, nothing against Marime, but I don't think she quite understands the difference. How you approach it versus how she approaches it. And I'm not saying maybe you two have had conversations about this before, but where we're going, the chances are very high that you'll be expending a lot of your energy on that. And I just want to make sure that you are also in the right mindset to do this.
I chose the bracers of archery over an Allosaurus, the most wonderful thing I have seen in months. Does that answer your question?
To a degree, but the bracers often allow you to remove yourself. You can shoot at things at a distance. You don't have to think about it too hard.
So does
What
my
happens?
spiritual weapon.
What happens when you get up close? What happens when you get right in front of someone? I mean, I know you can do it, don't get me wrong. What I don't want is for your psyche to be harmed by repeated instances of it. And if you assure me you're all right, I will take you at your word. But, as someone who does this and has done this for decades,
Trauma wards during the last war.
that was healing, not hurting.
Die. I watched people curse me for healing them. I don't like hurting people, but this is necessary, and a lot of these people I don't consider to be people. And some of them aren't. They're the undead.
Very
And
much
frankly, if they're the Emerald Claw, they have earned my ire. I have reasons tattooed across my body, mostly my chest.
Okay, good. I would agree with all of that. I mean, obviously we're doing a good thing. There is no ambivalence here. There is no gray area. Pardon the pun. They look around at the mist that's getting closer and closer. It's very clearly that this is a thing that must be done, and for the right reasons. So, I'm glad to hear it. That your mind is set. You're focused.
I'm just not as proficient with large-scale damage without possibly hurting innocents.
Well, in this instance, I think we would be not exactly innocents, but the only non-viable targets.
Yes, but once we finish this, we have another very large fight to go to.
True, but we will deal with that when the time comes. For now, obviously hone your skills here, and when the next fight comes, then hopefully you will already know how to carve out that you only hit those that deserve it, and do not hit those that do not.
Thank you for checking on me, but I think I will be able to do this job.
I know you will be able to. But I just wanted to see. I have the utmost faith in you, just as you have the utmost faith in all of us.
Yeah, and yes, I will be glad when this job is done.
Indeed. And they get up and float away.
Everyone else said what they wanted to say? Okay. Then I would say that as you close in upon the Mournland, the city of Metrol is actually quite near, as you can see from the map, is quite near the eastern border of where the Grey actually is. So getting up to, once you're in the city, you're in the Grey, but you don't have to go very far into the Grey to get to the city. So you can see through even the gray swirling mist and the fog, you can see what Metrol now looks like as the setting sun illuminates it. Metrol was known as the Rising City, and it was built around soaring columns of stone. And as you get closer, there's a moment where the sun shoots through from the clouds behind you, past your ship, and onto the city below. And I will show you, because I have a picture of it, what that looks like. It will be showing up on stream. Coming up right now. Metrol, as it now is.
Wait, it's got a Colossus too?
Metrol, well, what's left of it. Known as the Rising City, Metrol was built around soaring columns of stone, and these spires remain almost perfectly intact, even though the crumbling city around them, and by crumbling, I don't mean they were destroyed necessarily by the Grey, but falling out from disuse, and apparently, since then, the depredations of looters, monsters, and things like that. The city around those spires is corpse still. The absence of people and the low mist shrouding the city creates an eerie quiet during this setting sun, but you hear the howl of monsters from somewhere within the city. It is closing in towards nighttime, when you would assume the monsters of the Mournland prowl for their latest meal. And the captain tells you, I don't much like having to do this, but we're going to have to set down right outside and let you off down there. You shouldn't have very far, maybe, a half hour at most journey from the edge of the Grey into the city, but, well, you'll need to be careful. I know you all know that yourselves, but we will stay out here with the ship anchored above for when you return. And the crew, of course, is very uneasy. They're very uneasy to be this close to the Grey anyway, but also the sight of this once spectacular city reduced to what you see has sort of created, the mood is sober and grim, I would say, on board.
Wait, we can actually see it through the Grey?
Just a little bit, just illuminated this way, yeah. Because again, it's so near to the border. You can basically see it like this. So, the ship descends and within a few minutes has arrived at its spot where it stops, and then is able to drop ladders for all of you to be able to climb down. There are a couple of source sleds as well that is on board ship that you could use as well, but you could take a source sled, you could take a Larian, or you could take the ladders. But either way, there is nothing close by here outside the Grey, but of course the roiling mist. And as you sort of descend, this image that you see then disappears because now it's too low, and it's now covered over by the fog and so on.
How heavy is this, the average? Like, what are these source sleds? Is how heavy?
A source sled is probably a couple of maybe 150 pounds or so. They're designed to be fairly light. They're managed not by engines really, more but by sort of magic and repulsion and things like that. Right. But they're not nothing because they have to be strong enough to be able to carry the people on the platform.
And they can usually carry what, 2 or 1?
Yes, 2. You can do 2, but it's tight.
One of you is a half.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just curious as to whether it might behoove us to take one with, because then between myself and a source sled, we could carry everyone out of here in case we needed to leave in a hurry.
I would like to drive a source sled. I had fun with them before.
Also, a reminder: you can't fly them into the morning for the same reason. So just like I'm just letting you know, it would just be to descend to the bottom.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Never mind.
Because it's going to disrupt. The magic is disrupted. It might fly 10 times as fast or blow up or that's
No,
Well,
never mind then.
it'd be like if Rowan made one. Okay, got it. Gotcha.
Wow, shots fired.
Wow, burn.
I notice he's not disagreeing with me. So
A fragment of the air
Yeah, you're not
elemental
wrong.
used.
That's
Yeah, see?
It's learned.
was
Fragment of the air
uncalled
elemental
for.
used to enchant the source sled might break free and decide to kill all of you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? The ladder sounds great. Like I just, sturdy rope.
Good old
I'm in.
sturdy ladder. Yeah.
Oof.
Okay.
Ladder
Well,
comes alive. Oh, sorry.
I thought you said latter, as in my idea was the right. I'm like, no,
No, that's not the right idea. My sarcasm needs to be maximized. Okay, so assuming you take the ladder, except for Alarian, who I assume will just
Of
float
course,
down.
I will float down and establish immediate perimeter so they can come down without hopefully anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're able to do that, and all of you are now standing maybe a minute away's walk from the edge of the gray, and beyond it, again, maybe 15, 30 minutes walk to the actual city itself. And within the city, then, they have to get to Metrol Station, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Hey, Latent Passion. So, once you've reached the bottom, the ladders are retracted, the ship hovers above you, and you can now set out if you wish. There's plenty of room, obviously. You could all go 5 wide if you wished, or in single file. It's up to you. How do you want to enter it? You don't have to give me specifics other than just, are you sort of sticking to a general formation, or walking just haphazardly? How are you walking?
I feel it should be in the road, walking slow motion, so half speed, so we look more impressive that way. So,
Okay. Dramatically, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
With the sun behind you.
Yeah. I like it.
and then the ship explodes behind us, and we don't look back at
Yeah.
it.
There you go. There you go.
You're like, just don't even.
I
It
would
was
like.
coming.
I will stick close to my sister, and I will be like keeping an eye out and being a little bit upfront, so that if anything springs.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think as the largest among us, I will be fully armored and shielded and go out about 20 feet, enough so I can still see them in case something happens, but so I would draw any quote-unquote attention, and the rest of you just hang back.
Okay.
Kind of a partial scouting-ish.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you enter the gray,
What Arv no map?
not yet. As you enter the gray, there is that sort of uneasy, faintly nauseating experience that you haven't had for a little while of being inside this, and then you were inside this strange swirling grayness that then passes so that everything is just a kind of dull gray. But you are now, of course, inside the Mournland. And as was promised, after about 15, 20 minutes or so, you find yourself approaching the walls, the once proud walls of Metrol. The gates have been riven from their hinges, and they lie on the ground devastated. Something did this. Presumably, a colossus could have done it during a battle. There could have been any number of things, or it could have been destroyed over time, or perhaps the explosive energy might have done some damage to it. But as Tanton, you already have mentioned, most of the buildings and the spires and so on remain intact, but there is a lot of debris and rubble and things like that, and perhaps other things. And as you cross just over into the border, you can hear this faint whisper of what sounds like a this keening cry, a wail, perhaps a wail of someone in their last stages of life, maybe.
Gave me very strong Blade Runner vibes when you did that.
I'm glad these references come through. So All right, I would like each of you as you move through. No, it is not a wail. Jeez, Bit. That's
what
all right.
you said.
I said a wailing cry, not a wail. It's also not Ricola.
I think Grey Wall.
All
is
of
very
chat is on
appropriate here.
timeout. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. It's like Ricola. No, it's my awesome Blade Runner reference. Shut up. Okay. When you walk through the city, I would like each of you, and I'm going to actually work from right to left here on the map. I'm going to start with Rowan. I would like you to roll a d20 for me, please.
Oh boy,
Oh, this is going to go well.
this is great.
Depends if his observant feat will impact this or not.
It does not, actually, because it's
Okay.
not about... Yeah, it's not...
No,
Okay.
It's about random shit.
It's about
happening in the
encounters and
gray.
things, yeah, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. 18.
18.
18,
Nice.
okay.
That might be good.
Rowan,
You die.
as you... yeah, exactly. Immediate death, no. As you walk along, Rowan, you hear sort of behind and around you these what sound like whispers, and they're very close whispers, as if they're right next to you, that say, "You can't hide forever. You know they're there. You can't hide forever. Shadows, Lord of the Shadows. Shadows are going to be there. Everywhere you can find the bases of the things. You'll know what's there when it comes for you next. There's things that are fighting them." It's like this conversation happening behind you, but clearly directed at you. And it feels like right at your neck, Rowan.
Oh,
Everyone can hear me say loudly, if you're going to frighten me, at least be clear about what I should be afraid of.
Mm-hmm. No one else has heard any of that whispering that Rowan just heard. So you just hear
He
Rowan
just-
say
He
that.
just spoke out of nothing. Yeah, out of nothing. Gonna stop and turn to look back at them? Do I see anything out of the ordinary? Oh, I hesitate to even do this.
Depends on whether Rowan is doing anything out of the ordinary.
Rowan is stabbing
no.
at the back of his neck to try to kill whatever.
I mean,
Yeah, I look at Larian dead in the eye and I go, I assume you're not seeing whatever it is I'm hearing. Yeah, figured as much. Grand. This is going to be a delightful experience all around.
This is going to be interesting. I want to do Arcane Insight.
Okay.
Advantage on an Arcana check. I'm trying to get a read on the location, which might be a mistake. That 22.
Yeah. So, I don't know if anyone's ever had the experience, if you live in the States, of walking into a guitar center where every guitar in the place is being played. So there's like a door, and then you open it up, and it's just like... So you just get magic everywhere, Alarian.
So it's like
school,
Phil Spector's Wall of Sound, but in a bad way.
yeah, like you're just like, welcome to the music experience. You are in magic hell. Part of that is because of the gray, but it also does seem to be heightened. I mentioned before I mentioned before that the effects of some of the things you felt with the undead was increased in the Dragon's Boneyard, and we were joking about like the D&D cartoon where they have that and whatever from the 80s. It's a similar thing here, except here it just feels like the intensity of magic is enormous and is swirling. But of course, this is allegedly the place where the morning began. Like the day of morning originated from this spot. And so it certainly feels that way magically. It's just a tornado.
I'm not, even at 16th level, I'm not sure I have the ability to identify this. It's not like necromantic. It's just kind of corrupted magic, basically, right?
I don't know that I would even say corrupted as much as it is swirling and confused. Broken magic might be the better way
That
to
works.
put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like kind of not quite stagger, but kind of like flinch a bit, which
Yeah.
something Ilarion rarely does. And then just kind of keeps, unless someone wants to say something, we're going to go up. Also, I trust we have the mind link going, right, Marie?
yeah. Oh yeah, in the gray. Are you kidding? Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And Ilarion will check in as everyone, we move on, correct?
Yep. We have.
If no one says anything otherwise, then we're going to keep, at least they will keep going.
Yeah. Came here to do a job.
Nisiana, I would like you to roll a d20 for me, please.
I rolled an
Okay.
8.
Rolled an 8. Nisiana, as you are moving along, you suddenly spot by the side of a house, which again, there's a lot of crumbling rubble, but not destroyed or devastated, as we said. But there is some like clear debris and decay. And lying next to the wall of a house where there's some debris, like the roof is kind of fallen in a little bit and so on, you see what sort of looks like an old man, white hair, wispy beard, sort of, and it is actually a halfling, I should say, that is sort of like kind of groggily moving his head around. And his eyes are closed, but he's clearly, clearly is breathing. You can tell that he's moving a bit, but is not calling out or anything like that.
Is he solid?
Yes. Well, I mean, looks like it. You can't tell unless you go over, but it looks like it.
I asked Mary May, do you see that halfling over there by the wall?
No.
No.
What is he doing? Are you okay?
Seeing things.
Hand goes up slightly. And
I'm
as
gonna
you look,
check it out.
Okay.
I'm coming with her. I am like on her heels.
Okay.
Are you guys informing the rest of the group or just doing this yourselves?
Oh no, I'll tell you.
You
I
break
see
off and run
Okay,
into the
okay,
mist.
thank you.
No, we're gonna split the party in the Mournland. Why not?
Perfect. Oh man.
Alarian stops and takes up kind of a sentinel position. I'll let them do their thing, but they're ready to swoop in if necessary, but kind of keeping an eye on the rest of the area.
Okay. It's not far off from the main road, by the way, just so you know.
Nothing ever happens not far from the main road.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine. Don't leave the path. Tanton and Rowan, where are you folks going to be?
Tanton's pretty much staying where he is.
Okay. And looking down at the ground for the most part, Tanton?
More or less.
Okay.
He does occasionally bring his eyes up, but he doesn't look up at the spires.
Okay. Rowan, what about you?
I'm very good.
Oh God, I'm going to continue as we presently are. I'm not.
So you're going to stay next to Tanton, not follow, for now, not follow Maramé and Nisiana. Again, it's not far off the road, but...
However, I want to also rise 20 feet into the air.
Okay, you can do that. But yeah, Rowan, so you can stay where you are, but I'm just letting you know that they are moving off the road a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So,
know the instant anything untoward happens.
okay. Nisiana, you move in on this old man. And again, you can see that his eyes are closed. He kind of raises an arm, sort of, and then sort of his breathing is shallow, and somewhat rapid, actually.
I will ask him if he's okay. Are you all right?
His eyes are still closed. You're like standing above him right now. His eyes are still closed.
I'm gonna reach out a hand and
His
see if I
eyes
can-
snap open. And as you reach out a hand, you suddenly see dragon tattoos flare to light around his body. And then he disappears.
What were the marks?
Eberron, the marks of the house of House Jarasco.
Oh,
What did you see? What's wrong?
so I didn't touch him, but dragon marks flared, and he disappeared.
What kind of dragon marks?
My dragon marks.
Oh. But is it?
What?
I don't. So you saw something, Rowan saw something, and it's only you who see it. So is it?
It's the morning. It's
It's
the
the
morning, but I
morning.
couldn't.
And recall, Rowan heard something. Did not
Yeah, Rowan heard
see it.
something. That's true.
I couldn't just leave him there.
Of course.
I had to see. I don't know if it means anything at all, or if it's just tricks of the mind.
Whenever your instincts tell you need to go help someone, I will always follow to that quest.
Thank you. We should get back to the road, though.
Yeah, we really should.
Look around, the road is
I
gone.
was going to say, yeah, the city has vanished. God damn it. All right. As you move back to the main road, Alarian, you said you were floating about 20 feet up. I'd like you to, as you continue towards the center of the city, I'd like you to roll, please.
1 or 20.
As you're doing this, I want to say all of you can see around you these buildings that look as if they were quite beautiful at one time. Is that a 1?
That's a 1.
Is this
I
one
will-
where I can believe
I
in him?
wanted it.
I don't think you can believe in him on this one. This is because this is not like a check.
This is a random table of events. But I got the one.
As you
Explode.
as you all, I'm going to talk about that in just a moment.
My head rolls
You
over.
sink immediately into the earth. No. As you are moving into the city, you can see that the sort of cobblestone streets at one time must have been extremely beautiful, almost glittering at some point. The buildings themselves would have glittered and shone, and yet now there is a dullness, as if you took, to jump into modern parlance for a moment, a shiny screen and made everything matte. So it's just, right, all of the shininess has been drained away, and you were looking at...
1 second.
Yeah.
Let me see something. Nope, I had not been to this city before it was destroyed.
Okay.
Just checking.
That's a good point, actually. I should have asked that. Has anyone else been to Metrol in your character backgrounds? Would you have imagined that you would have
Never.
been there? Yeah, besides you.
I don't
I
think so.
saw a vision of it.
You saw a vision of it. That's right. That's right.
I saw the whole vision of it as things happened.
Yes.
The weirdo merry-go-round.
That's right. And this is post that, clearly, Nisiana. Rowan, would you have seen this place? Would you have been to it at all? Rowan, like to the city, do you think?
I don't think so, actually.
Okay. So you would only have like heard about it one way or the other. All right. And Marimay, what about you? Would you have been to...
I don't think so, unless I was seeking stories, but I don't think I ever went to Metrol to seek them.
Okay.
So.
So this is just by reputation. Only Tanton, of
Correct.
course, would know, having been there directly. Nisiana with the vision, but Tanton being there as well would have sort of
But I can
seen
fill in. I can
what
kind
it
of fill in the
was
details where it must have been magnificent in its heyday.
and its heyday. Alarian, as you are walking, or no, sorry, not walking, I beg your pardon, floating, you find on the ground a little bit ahead of you, and actually the wind sort of picks it up a little bit and blows it whoosh, against a wall sort of flat next to you. So you can see it's a newspaper. Looks like an old Metrol newspaper, which is open to the front page.
I'll float over there, and what the hell? I'll pick it up. It's a piece of paper, and then it envelopes me, and I don't breathe, so don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, I will read what is on the front page.
On the front page, it reads, not an old date. It reads today's date. It says the Korenberg Times, secret organization, discovered and destroyed. Starforged, found in devastated pieces within the ruins of a city. And you feel a chill sweep over you, Alarian, a chill which fills every part of your body.
Well, that doesn't often happen, like ever.
There's a mechanical effect to this, Alarian.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
You cannot be healed.
Wow.
You have to roll a 1.
Oops.
Does he know that, or is it just
They don't. They know that they've been hit with this cold.
A cold unlike anything I've ever felt before. I
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
Now
you don't know how long it'll last.
Yeah,
but-
no, exactly. Well, I'm not even entirely sure what's going on.
Right.
Hold on a second. Yes. I stop. So first of all, I go back to the group.
Okay.
Do they see that I have a piece of paper in my hand?
No.
Well, I ask you all. No?
no? It's much like the halfling I saw. It's a vision.
Mia Tanton, is there any way to... I don't know how to say this because we've never done it before. run what I think you would call a diagnostic on me. I relay the headline that was on the paper, and then I tell them about the chill I got. And I'm like, it's gone but not gone. I can still feel it. Like it did something, but I don't know what. It was very unnerving, and I'm not sure if anyone with, or perhaps Rowan, someone with magical ability, if you could tell if anything has, like, am I cursed? Has something happened to me? Am I under some residual spell effect that I don't know about? Something like that. Because, and this is very rare for me, I don't feel right after reading that headline.
I should be able to.
So if I am at some sort of disadvantage, I'd kind of like to know about it before we move forward. I mean, other than the idea that I might be torn apart in here while accomplishing our mission, which would also not be fun. But if that is the price we paid.
And so Tanton will take out his tinkering tools, and through a mix of magical tinkering, and actually I think his magical tinkering is an arcana thing.
It would be arcana based, right? Prox, that's very funny, Prox, but the newspaper's behind a paywall. I can't see it. Sorry. I just see the first two lines and then subscribe here for $5.99 a month.
Yeah. Yeah, so do that.
Okay. I would like you actually to make an arcana check for me, Tanton. I would say I'll give you advantage on this check. You have some familiarity with this.
Especially with Warforged, since I repaired them
exactly.
during
Exactly. But the Starforge means it's a weird tweak, it's a regional dialect. No,
yeah.
Just
Dimensional dialect, thank you very much.
Dimensional dialect, yes.
That's right.
Here we go. 21.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. What it appears to be is that there is there's a kind of sort of a field or something which is dampening the body's normal ability to be able to restore itself. So essentially it means that healing impacts would be limited. Your concern, Tanton, you're pretty sure this means anything relating to healing, including everyone's favorite spell, Aura of Life. You don't think that would work right now in Alarion?
Nope, you're fine.
Let's see here. Let's move along.
Take 2 of these and call me in the morning. Okay.
He just hands him some rocks.
No.
No, Tanton definitely passes that information along.
Well,
And
I react as stoically as I always do because I have no expression on my face. So I was like, but good to know. All right. Shall we carry on?
Even if Spanner were here, his repair wouldn't work either.
Well, unfortunately, he is not, so that is sort of a moot point. It is more the Aura of Life I'm a bit more concerned about, but what will be, will be.
When you move back to the road, you think you are now starting to get reasonably close to the center of the city. Marimay, I would like you to roll a d20, please.
I'm going to roll a number that's going to be good.
A good number.
A good number. 6 is a good number.
6 is a good number.
It's better than 1.
It's true. Marimay, as you are walking along, you come to an intersection, basically, in the road, a 4-way intersection. And as you come around, enter the intersection, and glance off to your left, you see suddenly a busy street scene. There are people walking back and forth. There are market stalls, people calling out to people about various goods that they have available, and several peddlers walking along, giving people, it's like some kind of a street festival of some kind. There is music. You can smell food in the air. But when the people see you, several take sort of sight of you, including a couple of children playing in the street. They scream, and all of the people turn to see you and run bolt away behind stalls, leaping behind barrels and into houses and slamming doors until you are looking at a completely deserted street. You are filled with a sensation.
Wrong? Everyone's running from me.
Exactly. You are filled with a sensation of dread, and you lose your hero point.
John didn't even get to use it.
Right?
I lose my hero. Okay.
Ow. You pick up an enemy point instead.
Yes.
Yeah.
That 6 wasn't that great.
Okay,
Although you can still be
can't-
healed, so yeah.
I didn't. 6 was not a good number. I was wrong. So, I admit I'm wrong. I didn't sense anybody. Like, actually there, did I? Or is it...
Hard to tell. It sure felt real.
Okay. I guess I stopped momentarily, and then I just kind of turned back and put my hand on my sister's shoulder and keep walking.
I look up at her. I look kind of around. You okay?
I don't know. This place, it just gives me the willies, you know?
That's
Let's
the
just keep
Moorlands.
going. I know. This place is bad. We should never come back again if we can avoid it.
We keep trying to stop coming to the worst place, but
I
it
know.
keeps pulling us in.
I know. We need to go shopping when we go into a good city again.
I want to go shopping for ribbons.
Retail therapy. We'll do it.
Eventually, there will be another spanner, and they will need a ribbon.
Many ribbons. Yes. Let's do it. And then
Some ghoul leans out of the husk of a nearby shop going, I have ribbons. And it's just mummy wrappings. They're just gross.
Did somebody say ribbons? Yeah. Retail therapy is necessary. Yeah, amen.
Yeah.
Right.
That is one of the things that the sisters have done is do some retail therapy.
Yep.
Or spanner.
He can carry our bags. It's great. And Nisiana.
As you return back to the road, you can see what, or I should say Tanton, looking up a little bit, is able to see what looks like the outside closing in of the Metrol station in front of you. But before you get there, Tanton, I would like you to roll a d20. I'm going to ask you to do this. Do it. Do it. And I'm going to ask you to roll this at disadvantage, please.
Oh,
Oh no.
There's one of them, which was a 15, and the second one is a 13.
Okay.
You die.
Immediate death. No. Tanton, as you are walking along, there is a moment where you see the station in front of you, your companions are next to you. And then when you take another step, you suddenly find yourself in a street. It's the same street as where you were, except that instead of your companions around you, you see endlessly burning bodies. Bodies of the dead of war. You don't think you've ever actually seen anything like this in practice, but it is there now. And you can see that the creatures around you, the bodies around you, don't stop burning. It just continues. And as you walk forward, the sort of smoke billowing from their corpses surrounds you. And I should ask what you want to do. You could stop, run back, jump around, cry out.
Oh, he would probably stop dead in his tracks. No pun intended.
Okay.
Is the smoke, I mean, I presume he can smell it.
Yes, but it's faint, though. Fainter than you would expect for something that's like this prominent.
Right. And this close.
Yes.
Okay. Then
You
I
can
won't
feel the
roll.
warmth, too, of the fires as well.
Okay. Then I won't roll for that. I was going to roll to see if he started gagging and retching.
Mm-hmm.
But no. He tries to take a couple of steps to keep moving forward.
Okay.
But his gait is very very wobbly, and he's blinking a lot, and he's every time he tries to turn to look somewhere else, there's another one.
Yeah.
They're all around
All
him.
around.
And
This
so
is noticeable, Tanton, to the outside? Like they would
very
see
much
you?
so.
Okay.
And Nisiana has been keeping a pretty close eye on him.
Well, you see what he's described.
So,
and he's weaving back and forth, not in a drunkenly fashion, but like he's avoiding things that are on the ground.
Yeah.
so Nisiana's gonna break away from her sister to get a hold of Tantan's hand or arm and say something as she does. It's
now he does not see that, right?
Correct.
Does he feel the touch when it comes in?
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I would say he does feel the touch, yes.
He freaks.
Okay.
He freaks out, and he just recoils, and it's immediately trying not to run, because of course everybody turns, there's more of it, but he is panicked.
When you recoil, Tanton, you suddenly find yourself back on the street looking at Nisiana with the bodies gone.
And he drops to the ground.
Alarian!
I'm see what happened and come back. Obviously, we'll kind of
Yeah, I
stand
basically
over them
don't
while she
see
does her thing.
he's okay.
So, yeah, shield is out, and now the Star Sword is out.
Like,
I'm gonna
is-
flank on the other side just in case.
Okay.
she's like, did he?
He is sobbing to the point of almost
Okay.
retching.
He's sobbing. Okay.
But he is muttering. It's not nonsense, but there's too much coming out of his mouth for any one not conversational, but any one thread of words to complete or reach a point of recognition before he's off to something else. But probably the only things that you can hear clearly that he's saying is, they're all dead. Every one of them, they're all dead. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead.
So, having worked in a trauma ward, and this is PTSD clearly of some kind, plus the Morn, I don't have anything to like calm him down, but I know.
I was gonna say, this is the point where Mary Mary's like, I've got this, feeble mind. No more problem.
No, I didn't take that, but I can do the glitter spray on you if you want.
That's great. They're all dead and they're all glittering. Oh. Glitter
You won't be
everywhere.
bothered by sight anymore.
Take 1,000 psychic damage.
I will use it, whatever technique I learned in during the war, like trying to break through to get him to focus on the here and now. Focus on the here and now. Look at the ground. Tell me what you see. Look at look directly at the dirt. Listen to my voice. I'm trying to break him out of the spiral.
Tanton, make a wisdom
Because-
saving throw for me. You can do this at +2.
Wisdom saving throw. We will add 2 to these. 18.
Yeah. I think, Tanton, that you would hear that voice. Like, I mean, I don't want to tell you how to run your character, but it clearly is coming through to you on some level. Where it's like, it's definitely not a phantom. It's not, it's clearly Nisiana sort of
And
giving
then-
you these calming phrases.
And then if he starts the sob starts slowing, she'll say things like, think of 4 tools that begin with the letter A. Think of 4 tools that begin with the letter B. Just something that focuses his mind into a very calming thing. It's kind of like the name 3 things that you see that are red. Name 3. It is actually a panic attack thing.
Yeah.
I was laughing at back channel stuff.
Yeah, because we're not gonna go all airplane.
Jeez. You just line
Absolutely
up.
not.
You gotta hold yourself.
The
Calm
nun,
down.
the nun comes up. Slam. Oh my god.
And then she'll just keep her voice calm, modulated, just until the breathing starts to slow.
Let me see here.
Because as an artificer, he must have tools that are named all kinds of
Oh,
things.
many, many, many things. I'm trying to figure out how far he gets before he hits something that's
Thordex Mommy, it's good to see you. Buenas tardes. Absolutely. Thordex
Hey,
Mommy,
Thordex.
who is the first contributor to ARVCon. $250 going to
Yes.
ARVCon.
Oh, that's
Thank you very much.
sweet.
You will see the effect on the beards, respective beards, in not too long from now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what happens. 11. I really should have decided what that was.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Yeah. Just roll.
Um,
Well, it's on the better half of things, so.
It's true.
maybe. Yeah, it is, but it's borderline. So he's going through the process of naming tools that start with A, and he goes through more than 4 because he's got so many. How could he choose a favorite? They're like his children. Not really, but whatever. But as he's going through naming, you know, anvil, whatever, alembic, and you know, all these other things. When he gets to alembic, he kind of flinches for a second and sort of blinks and kind of shakes his head and is like, Elaine. And he almost loses it again and pulls himself back in and goes to the next tool with A and then seems to kind of right himself. But
have I ever heard him say that name before?
I don't think so.
All right. I will not ask questions right now, but if he starts faltering, and again, I'll say letter B. Tools that begin with B.
What was that name again, Tanton?
Elaine?
Elaine, that's what I thought it was. Want to make sure.
I can, where the hell's my character sheet? Right where it's supposed to be.
I didn't want a situation sometime from now where I'm like, and you see Susan, and you're who? I'm like, Francine, Gretchen? Right.
That thing with the person? Base dancing.
Okay.
Once he gets past that and back into the thing, he writes himself much more quickly, and he's maybe halfway through. He's like on the second C, like caliper, and he's pulling himself back up, you know, giving him something relative to his talent set that is his to focus on, makes things
and
much
the thing
easier.
that Nisiana does is she puts herself in front of his eyes as he is moving, because I know he doesn't want to look around. So I'm trying to make sure he sees her until he's too tall.
Okay. Tanton, one thing as you sort of rise to your feet is you feel the warmth that I mentioned from the fires. That warmth has not left you. And in fact, you can feel it sort of infusing your hands and your body. The mechanical effect of this is that for some indeterminate period of time, your attacks will deal an extra 2d6 fire damage. But every time you use an attack and it does this, you feel the flames again. Now, I don't overstate that. It's not like they're back. Like you don't feel, they don't appear again. But there is and this is in the real, this is not illusionary damage. Like this is illusory damage. This is real. Mm-hmm. So an extra 2d6 fire damage. I mean, in the context of D&D, yes.
Right, yeah.
No, in your real life right now, if you go outside,
I go, damn it, and my entire desk bursts
it's
into
like,
flame.
God, son of a, right. So yeah. You may feel a slight burning sensation. That's pretty much right.
Well,
you move as you sort of join the rest of the party, and your vision clears, Tanton. You can see.
We're gonna take 5 here before we
No,
move
I was going to
on,
say
so
that. Yeah, that's fine. I was just going
yeah.
to say that you can see in front of you what clearly that definitely is Metrol Station. And from inside Metrol Station, you can all hear. I hope this comes through. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. That's not what I want.
Oh, it's a party. Great.
No, I don't
awesome.
want that. No, no.
I've got sounds muted, so I can't hear anything.
No, no, I don't want that.
It was the opposite of what most of us had gone through in the past half hour.
Yeah, exactly. It's not what we wanted.
Look, if the Emerald Claw wants to throw us a party to welcome us to Metrol, who am I to argue?
Yeah, I know, right? I'll find this. I'll find this later on. It is a what it is a ticking clock. Just
clock is here. Damn it! I'm wondering what happened to him.
Right, this ticking clock from inside, and you do remember, Tanton, that the ticking clock was there was a giant clock on the inside of Metrol Station that was kind of an analog clock. It's almost sort of like a quaint, throwback to another era that had been, refined. And it was supposedly a clock which could not be thrown off its rhythm and could not be disrupted in any way from keeping time. And you can hear those ticks sort of sounding out from inside the building. And you think, actually, I'd like a perception check from everybody. All of you can hear the ticking, but...
Yes, that's good.
That's logical.
That tracks. That definitely tracks. Yeah.
I am not going to believe in you. you are way.
I don't believe in you at all.
I refuse to accept your believing in me anyway.
Hey, Rowan, can I get a perception from you too, please?
If you wake up.
Everybody's sleepy tonight except for John. Yeah, I was up really late last night.
I promise I'm here.
Yeah,
we can see that.
No, we can see that. Just a perception check I need from this. See if there's anything else inside this ticking, besides the ticking of the clock.
Just rarely get to see
Wow.
natural 20.
Wow. See, absolutely, you were here. And I think that's appropriate because Rowan then is the only one that hears from inside the building, besides this ticking clock, what sounds like an echoey, metallic there is a metallic growl from inside the building. Which is a perfect way to take our break. You are watching Infinity and Beyond, D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is the beginning of The Dragon Below, which is the final part of Season 5 of Eberron Oracle of War, which is itself the second to last season. Last season will begin in June. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, and please follow and get all of the awesome stuff from all of these people. You're watching the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew of Tren, Marie, John, Jen, and Brendan. It's 9:54, so if we can be back here in, like, say, between 10 and 10:05, let's say, Eastern, and then we'll play up until 11, and we'll stop then. Chat, in the meantime, you take a break too. Go get some hydration, stuff like that. But don't leave. Just make sure that you get a drink or something like that. And when you come back, we will see exactly what they're going to do with the knowledge that something awaits them inside that building. Until then, everyone, please hold tight.
What could possibly go wrong?
Alrighty. We are now back and are ready to go, and I hope everyone felt suitably uncertain about everything as they're waiting, thinking about what could this possibly mean. But we are back with the Infinity and Beyond crew as we get ready to see what the crew is going to do about this sound coming from the inside of Metrol Station. I will hand things back over to the party. What would you like to do?
How do you do, I? See, you've met my.
Well, I am very much. I am
Took me a
still
second.
focused on Mia Tanton, so I didn't hear anything.
Right. Only Rowan heard it.
So I know where it's coming from.
Inside the station.
Inside
for
the
sure.
building. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you don't know that it's the station, actually, probably, unless Tanton told you, but it's inside that building that you were heading towards.
Right.
Pretty sure I know what it is.
Yeah. Friends, I have no idea the noise I just heard, but I'm pretty sure it's not a pleasant or welcoming noise.
Is it? Are you? I trust you, Rowan, but are you sure it's a sound that you actually heard and not what's been happening to us?
I am confident that the sound of a rabid dog choking on nuts and bolts is not a thing that I just heard only in my own head.
Like an iron defender?
Might have been, but I've never heard one be angry before, because that was angry, and it was coming from inside.
Wait, but you said tiptoe on. What did you say it was walking on?
Choking on nuts and bolts.
I'm not okay. Okay, so I got it correct. Oh, well, that's I unsling my bow because I now have a bow.
Cool. Knowing that something inside here is probably going to kill us doesn't dissuade anybody from being inside in a hurry, no?
I mean, I can start Aura of Life right now, and we can go in.
Fair enough.
I mean,
I have already readied my pistol and I'm going inside.
Okay, now, question. The door to the outside is pretty much open, Rowan. Like, the doors are wide open. You could just, like, march right in the front, or you could come up to the side and, like, do one of the, peer around if you want. Because they are open to the outside.
Why don't I scout ahead? I can cast invisibility on myself, and I can scout ahead.
Fair enough. Can you do that only to yourself?
No, I can cast invisibility to several people. I'm pretty good at stealth too, though. But I can cast invisibility on several people. So if somebody else wants to come. Do you want to come, Rowan?
I do. Of course I do.
Okay, I'll cast it on both of us.
Okay, cool.
So I use a level 3 spell slot and cast invisibility.
Okay.
On both me and Rowan.
Okay.
I'm going to stay back with Nisiana and Mia Tanton, just in case. But
okay.
Obviously keep the link open and it'll be there in not a flash, but pretty quick.
Right.
Says to Mia Tanton, "Are you good? We've got something mechanically growling at us. We need you, Mia Tanton."
He shakily stands up and turns to head toward the station.
Well,
again, trying not to look at it, but
wait, you guys reach out and kind of like hold up there, big guy. Let's just...
They're scouting first.
Yeah, we are the backup.
My telepathic link goes to 160 feet now, so.
Okay.
So we could take up a position beside the door, perhaps, so we can be closer to them in case the trouble is the trouble. So maybe we should do that. So I'm going to kind of move or suggest that to Nisiana and Mia Tanton to be, there.
I'm going to suggest don't come too close in case somebody fumbles. Or
No. We're not that, like, the enemy are 20 feet away from the door, just by the wall.
Yeah, so you can get to
so
it.
We're not in the middle to be overrun by someone. Yeah.
I will still ask for Rowan and Merime to give me stealth checks, although you're doing this at advantage because of invisibility. However, there are other senses besides sight.
Of course there are.
Mhm.
Of course there are. Thank you for reminding us.
A natural
27.
20.
Wow.
Stealth, you say.
No, that's just a 27. Oh,
It's the night.
Okay. Yeah,
Why did you roll?
very silently move along from both of you combined. And that allows you to get up to the doors. And you were asking about a map before. I'm pleased to bring
What a
you.
coincidence.
I'm pleased to bring you a map. Okay.
Oh boy. Boy.
So there's kind of a dull gray that is set in because obviously it's heading towards evening time. So if you would like to bring your tokens onto this map, that would be lovely. You are right over here. So the rest of you could be like, up
I'm
here if you
big.
want or something. Ah!
huge.
Ah!
Maybe big.
Let's All right, let's make Nisiana normal size. Okay, that should be about right. No, just kidding. Okay, there's Merame.
That's small. Let me go over to where Mia Tantin is because we're not right there.
Correct, yeah.
Rowan and I are.
yet.
We're going in, Rowan. We got this.
All right, I'm putting on a little invisibility thing on each of you.
God damn it.
Okay, now we just need Tantin. There we go. There's Tantin. Tantin striding mightily across the...
I am trying to bring myself over, and for some reason it's not working.
Grab your name from the book under characters and drag it over.
Ah, that's why.
Nuts and Bolts would be a good name from him.
Ah,
Yeah.
there we go.
Ah, okay, yeah.
It's what life size?
Not quite that much. Okay. Just bringing you down there, and then you can take over your own character.
Yep. Yeah, this is about... What is this right here?
There are like some wagons that you can see on the outside, wagons and wheelbarrows. That looks like it might have been a stand at some point. And in fact, you can see what look like little bits of maybe like cloth or something like that, but long since eaten away. And the sort of is listing actually this wagon to one side.
Okay.
But it might have been a cart at some point.
This it's good. Yeah. Pretty. I get feel clear vision, and so there is what looks like water surrounding this building. Is that correct? Or is this like supposed to be a lawn?
Grass. It's grass, but it's sort of
Dead.
Well, that's the thing.
Undead grass.
It's more. Yeah, exactly. It is
waves
risen from
unnaturally.
Exactly. No, it's crab grass. No, it's actually sort of a dullish green. It almost looks more static to you, Alarian. Like the grass. I guess a good way to describe it would be, you'll appreciate this. Walking out after a winter storm, if you shovel off the snow, the grass below it, right? There's still grass, but it's frozen and kind of dull in appearance.
Yeah, I do appreciate that. Yes.
Merriman, can I have where you and Rowan, can I have where you two are placing yourselves? Is that where you are, or are you?
I think so. We're just like
Okay.
kind of stealthily going around, right, Rowan?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to be on the other
This
side?
is-
You're right there. Okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure I knew.
Yeah, I assume Rowan would let me take the lead
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, very much so.
in case something comes blasting at us.
So you're able to peer inside the station, and you see this. And this is not the right size.
It's
That
smaller, very
is the
very
right
small.
size.
Yeah, I'm okay
Yeah.
with them being small. Don't.
And in fact, I have a picture to show you what that image looks like.
Yikes.
Oops, sorry. I made the
Oops.
wrong fix. This is what I meant to do. So I will show you a picture of that large thing. There are a few other creatures here as well, which I'll describe. But first of all, all right. I will put this on stream. The image that you see looks like this. It is a massive, and I mean like this, larger than a horse,
Hey, your new steel defender.
creature that is clearly metallic. It looks like it's made maybe even of steel, but the hinges and everything and the sort of the interweaving plates, the interlocking plates are so finely done and so carefully done that it moves as if it were a fully living organic creature, instead one that's obviously been constructed. And as it goes along, it sort of shifts its head, reminding you a little bit of the dinosaurs, actually, occasionally, and then like growls, and you can hear, it's a good description of sounding like it's choking on nuts and bolts. It sounds a little bit like that. And it is pacing right next to the other ones that you see there. There are 3 what look like the same kind of skeletal armored creatures that you might remember that you battled back at the camp. Remember, there was the one in the camp that was like this kind of bone knight almost that had a shield.
Yeah.
There are 3 of those here. And they all are walking along. They look to be on some kind of patrol, quite possibly. And in front of them, looking sort of ominous, is someone that is clearly not a skeleton. It is a living creature, but you can see on its head, you can see its face and its eyes, which are not like glowing red or anything. It's a living creature, but it's a large creature with metal armor and a horned helmet. And as it walks along, you can see that it has its weapon at its belt, specifically. The weapon is a greatsword, this massive greatsword. Actually, not at its belt, on its back. I'm sorry. That's in a that is in a sheath at its back, and is walking forward. And these creatures seem to be patrolling inside. You can see there is like a little unicorn symbol, which is at the floor here, and there are these what you would suspect would be Merime and Rowan, like burning lanterns or something like that, that are lighting this building. And there are several exits out here, maybe, although it's a little bit hard to tell. And then several regions here. Sorry, I have 2 cats that are flying around at top speed because now's the time to do that.
Unlike Marie's cat, which is content to just
there hasn't
currently
been
upside down.
floof around.
You two, the combat has not started yet, so I don't know. Maybe they'll avoid a combat. How do you know?
Like,
Anyway.
do we have to go in there, or that's the question?
Well, that exactly. Or do you have to confront them? But anyway, so they're walking back and forth. One other bit of information I should mention about that is there's this ticking clock, which I talked about, that you can see on the wall, that still functions. And the roof of this sort of main concourse is at least 80 feet high. And there are these side rooms. You can't really tell what's in them, but they look to have a bunch of debris that's inside all of those. And these creatures are pacing towards the stairs as you wait. Don't seem to be pacing towards you. They just seem to be on patrol of some kind.
I'm sorry, the stairs at the front of the building where they are?
Correct. That's right.
Okay, I just couldn't quite make it out.
That's
okay.
right. And you think that you may see past here, there might be a little bit of an image of some maybe stairs back here too, but there's also hard to see. There's a lot of rubble and debris back here as well. But the immediate problem is the creatures in front of you.
Well, I've got the telepathic link still up, so I'll just relay that to everyone, and I'll be like, do we need to go in there, or like, and mostly thinking about Tenton.
Well, here's the problem. We really don't want to leave these things behind us to be summoned when we attack at the gate and they charge into our rear. So, yes, we could bypass them, but that's not really a great idea because then we risk encountering them again when we're already in possibly under much more severe circumstances. So that's my 2 cents, is that we should try to take them out now.
Do you have the sense that we could take them out?
Yes. Now, the other thing that needs to be brought into play is, do they have a way of contacting others in the structure or in the area and let them know that intruders are around? So if we can't stop them almost immediately and they have a way to telepathically or some other way sound the alarm, we'd be screwed. So it's hard because Mirame's suggestion makes a lot of sense to not engage them. if we're trying to do this to get to where we need to go quietly, then we would leave them be and risk, unfortunately, running into them either on the way out or they're summoned to us to attack us while we're trying to do the sigil thing.
There is a unicorn marking on the floor. I don't know if that means anything, Tanton. And also, I hate to say this, but our main mission is to stop the veil from collapsing. So even if that means we're full strength when we attack there and we just take more of a hit when we're leaving, I mean, we might just need to keep moving at this point and risk encountering them later.
So,
but perhaps we need to go through here too.
Question, Mia Tanton, where is the entrance to the Crawling Veil? Crawling Veil, right? That's what it's called. Our
Creeping
Crawling
Nave.
Veil? Creeping Nave, Crawling Veil. Come on, what do you want?
Same thing. Same thing.
So close.
Slinking group.
Exactly. Look, the slinking meadow, the rolling fog. What do you get the point? Anyways, where is that entrance that you know of?
And it's in the basement under this building, right?
Yeah, at least as far as you remember it.
That pretty much kind of sets us up.
That's
unless we can sneak by them, which
they're clearly not aware that you're here at the moment.
Right.
Well, we could blast them and then hit hard.
I hate to admit this, but I have a lot of negative energy right now. Oh.
So if you hit something
that she would like to offload, I think is what she's saying.
It might be a good thing for me to spend
clear that away. Yeah.
Set it from me.
Just one thing I want to note, by the way, from Mermaid, I'm not attempting to dissuade you. I just want to be clear that the 3 Bone Knights and the champion and this huge, like, you've never seen anything like this before, this massive steel thing. So it's clear that these are obviously guards on patrol. This is a big, like, this is an impressive guard party if you're going to leave someone behind. Like, you know, this is nature's way of saying do not touch is what I'm saying. So be aware that it is. But you all just took down an ancient dragon. I mean, you know.
And
like that.
last time we dealt with one of these Bone Knight things, Rowan took care of it instantly.
That's true.
No problem at all.
That's true. That's true. There's a roof on this building, though. So
is there any other way we could go around them, perhaps?
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with going around them. I'm just.
Well, if everyone's made invisible, and you can somehow sneak your way past them, I can fly, so I would just go up to the ceiling and do it. But again, if it's the basement of this building, then we're definitely going to encounter them coming out, and we might be in a lot worse shape.
Well,
this is Metrol. This was a place filled with artificers. They created things that could do more than see normally.
Agreed. Or heck, maybe they can smell. Who knows? They might have dark vision. It's
Dan in chat suggests you just chuck explosive at the massive steel thing.
And
we'll solid snake it. Yeah, that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
Look, I vote we put up to a vote. I'm for attacking. Let's just do it that way. So that's my pick. I think we do not need to leave them behind us. I think we need to take them out and take them out here while they're unaware of us.
But then we'll give an alert to the rest of the building and have a harder time going to close.
Assuming that we don't
the veil.
I just pose that as a possibility. Assuming we can even sneak by them in the first place, which, let's face it, is questionable. I agree with your sister. These things often see into realms. They may spot us the moment one of us steps inside the building.
Well, we do have the element of surprise, so Rowan
and
could
no one
unleash
is in
something
there,
big.
so Rowan could throw some very, very large things at them, spell-like things at them.
And then we follow up with just not dying, but let's try.
As could you, Maramay.
Oh, I know. I mean, for all of us. But let's.
This is a good time to throw a bunch of very big area of effect spells.
Oh, I thought you meant don't die. Yes. I mean,
I like that you said follow up with not dying. It's like follow that up with not.
And if you could remember, don't die.
Don't die.
Don't die. Yes, I will. I mean, I think we only get one spell as an element of surprise, but I think Rowan will have the biggest hit, and then I can follow that up definitely with a big spell and then some attacks.
How big
that
is this? How big is this actually? Because it is not 9 feet.
Yeah, these
Surprisingly, yes, it is.
no.
Welcome to the dollhouse.
I believe these squares are 5 feet. So
Yes.
that would be 5, 10, 15, 20, 30. So this concourse here, 10, 15, 25, 35, 45, 55, is 60 by a lot more than 60. Let's put it that way.
Wow.
And again, it's 80 feet high is the
Right.
roof.
Okay.
And besides, multiple people can cast spells at the same time if you coordinate. I don't. It's if we get a surprise round, you guys can be doing it simultaneously. There's no real quote unquote initiative.
Okay.
So we just need the three of us get in position. You guys spell, and then we kick some ass. It's all good.
Well, I'm ready to spell when you are.
Cool. Here's what. In the spirit of, again, Rowan Shallow being Rowan Shallow, the entire time this conversation is happening,
Uh-oh.
I, still invisible,
Right.
just come over here by this staircase. I can still see this guy, right?
Do I sense him moving around me?
Well, you cast the spell, so you know where he is.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I
yes.
know what he's doing, so I'm getting ready to unleash at the same time because I know Rowan by
Okay,
now.
okay.
I know what he's doing. I'm not telling the others. They're gonna follow. It's gonna be great.
Alrighty.
I just say get ready.
And
When you
yes,
hear
you can
the
see
big
that.
noise.
You can see
Yep.
that guy in answer to your question.
Right, okay.
Oh, one more. Wait. One more question before you unleash hell. How tall is the door, the entryway in here?
I would say the door here is probably about 15 feet high. It's a
Perfect.
good size.
Perfect. That'll do. Okay, go
Right.
for it. Set it off.
At 8th level,
Oh boy.
Oh,
Yeah.
boy.
and spending the 3 sorcery points for heightened spell.
Oh my god. All right.
Because that is a target, and this does in fact require a saving throw, if I am not mistaken, right?
I cast obliterate all things.
Right, it does. Right.
Okay.
8th level mage hand.
Oh my god. And let's just make sure this is 60 a line. I need a line.
It's 20 feet from where you are to the metal thing, and another 20 feet or so. They look like they're closing in on the door as you're talking. In fact, they
Wait for them to
probably
get
would be
closer.
starting. Yeah.
Right, cool. 8th level disintegrates on the metal guy.
Ooh, 8th level disintegrate.
Heightened spell, so its save is at disadvantage.
Yes,
Wow.
indeed. All right.
Wow.
Okay,
Wow.
so are you now? Since you said you were doing that as it gets closer, I understand Maramay did it. I don't think everyone else is going to have been set to do this, but I will certainly grant them the surprise round from getting this off. So I'll allow Maramay to do something and Rowan to do something. Rowan, yours is going to go off first. And I want to take a look at the text of disintegrate because there may be a significant aspect of this.
The hit point limit.
I just know disintegrate if they make their save, it's meh.
Yeah, I just... Come on, you can do it. You can do it. All right, there
I'm
we go.
gonna try my new spell, guys. It's gonna be fun.
Creature, object, dexterity, saving throw, blah, blah, blah. Okay, wow. Very, very nice. It
Even if they
is-
make the save, I can still bend luck. I just don't want to have to.
Right. Okay. So we're going to have yours first. 3d6 for each rank above 6. So...
Right, so it would be
Oh, wait a second.
16d6 plus 40 force damage and a failed save.
Only that?
It would be a total of 16d6. Wow. Okay. All right. So your disintegrate goes out. As it does that, Maramay, what are you doing? Because they're going to have your 2 attacks go off before their reactions.
I'm pretty excited. I'm gonna try my
blame
new
you.
my new glitter spray.
Okay.
Prismatic glitter spray.
Prismatic.
Prismatic spray.
It is.
Towards
what I
what? Towards the metal thing?
Well, it's a
Well,
cone.
it's a 60-foot cone.
Oh, right. That's right.
So I think
Yeah.
you'll find that that's a 60-foot cone. All of those.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you push your glasses I think you'll find that
Actually,
I believe you'll find it's pronounced. Okay, and now I'm going to share the
Oh
the
my
readout
goodness.
is a bit confusing though, so I'll give you.
yeah, there's a lot going on with prismatic spray. Yeah,
Yeah,
because each creature has to make a dexterity saving throw.
yeah, and then a D8 and.
Then each target rolls a d8. Okay, so let's see. All right, we're going to start with the disintegrate then, because Rowan's going to go first. So, Rowan, you are going to shoot this out. I am going to say it's going to make this dex saving throw at disadvantage since it sprang out of apparent nowhere. So, let's see.
Well, I mean, I already spent for heightened.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Spells, so
That's
it's
right.
already at disadvantage. Unless you want to give me more bonuses.
No,
for the
what it ended up
surprise.
doing was rolling 2 9s, which I'm pretty sure is not going to get the job done. So,
Nope.
All right. So, I guess we're going to have you roll. Let's see. What did we say here?
16d6
16
plus 40.
Plus
46.
40. Yep.
16d6 plus 40. Outstanding.
That is going to be amazing.
Can't wait.
It's 103
Very
force damage.
Okay. Oh, no, my Firefox. No, Firefox. This is not the time for this.
Firefox says, "Oh yes, it is."
It's
Arv.
like,
Oh yes, it is.
We're not taking this damage.
Wait, if he fails, isn't he disintegrated?
Hang
does
on
he
a
No,
second. I
it's
have
got-
to restart Firefox.
It
God damn
target is disintegrated if this damage leaves it with 0 hit points. So
Oh.
other than that, it's just a lot of damage. But one can hope.
But
I
now he
will-
has
If I
to
were aiming at an
restart.
inanimate object, it would take
Yeah,
a large
I
hole
will
in it.
point out that once you both do the spell, you're both no longer invisible.
Yep, that's
But
okay.
yes, this is true.
We were
So
gonna
the
go
rest
in
of
at
us
some
suddenly
point.
go, "Oh, you're visible. Oh, this is a thing."
Yeah, hang on, everybody. I have to
said
reload
get
everything.
ready over the link, so
Oh,
I think you
okay.
know what's gonna happen because Rowan's there.
While Arv is reloading, I'll tell you that what I told Arv in the green room or in the back channel was I was really hoping that the metallic growling sound was basically like a corrupted lightning rail locomotive that had turned into a monster.
That would be pretty
Oh,
cool. I
I
gotta
was
say.
saying it was going to be a whole Final Fantasy VI thing. For those of you familiar, you can actually suplex a train in that. And
Yeah.
Hey, that's some classic
it's a
video
big
gaming
thing.
though.
That
Of course,
is,
I
yeah.
was thinking of
You get to play opera, you get to suplex a train.
There
like-
are no moments quite as quintessential video game as that
Suplex the train.
or I can't remember which Resident Evil game it is where someone punches a rock.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
I'm so bad at Resident Evil. I just turn zombie all the time.
Yep.
Of course, my mind went to Dark Tower. Blaine is a pain.
Oh, wow.
The
Yep.
train.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, if only Roland could have suplexed him. There you go. It would have been all good.
Oh
Well,
Lord.
actually, it was Eddie who mentally suplexed him.
That's true.
Like,
Okay, there's that. Okay, we're almost back. Sorry, that was a
So
catastrophic
I'm going to,
failure of.
if it's not
It's just it out.
a lightning rail locomotive, I'm going to update my prediction that this metallic critter is actually the spanner that disappeared in the quantum tunnel.
Mm,
Oh,
Oh, I like that. I like
And
that.
it's
Interesting.
been rebuilt by somebody else.
That's well. So
Brutal.
16d6 plus 40. Okay, so you rolled. Is that 103?
It
Yes.
is.
Yes.
it is.
Okay. So let's see. So it fails its save.
Yay.
So you strike it with the disintegrate, and you can see steel sort of portions of it slough off, and there's a moment where just this sort of like shower of metal all over it, and then as the metal sort of drops to the ground, you can see it and steps through with jagged edges left by the disintegrate from its body. It is decidedly not dead nor close to it.
Oh dear.
Cool, fun.
You did a lot of damage,
Rad.
though, and it sort of stares right at you,
Oh
Rowan.
yeah, he's totally visible now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And in the
It's like
meantime,
the Gartham when they spot whatever they're after in the dark crystal and they kind of do that thing. You get that
Yep,
crystalline ring.
yep,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. Okay, so also we have Merame who did the prismatic spray. So
Yes.
let's see. So first
So
of
you
all,
need
they
to
all
make
have to
the
make
dex
dex saving throws, right?
Yeah, and 18 is your target.
Okay, starting with the steel thing.
And then I rolled a d8.
You will roll the d8. It makes that one. It makes actually, maybe because it's now away at the same time. It's like maybe the disintegrate
fair.
throws it out of the way.
But that's
okay.
I'll still take half damage. So
Fair enough.
I
You want to do
can
something?
I use my reaction at this moment?
I don't think you can use a reaction on, because it's because Merame's spell went simultaneous to you. I don't think so.
Very fair.
So
I would have bet luck, but I cannot.
yeah. This one, okay, and then let's see. You said dexterity, right? What's the DC for that again?
18.
All right, so the steel thing makes it. The first bone knight does not. The horned creature in front does not. The second bone knight does, and the third bone knight does not. So basically, this creature and this creature both make their saves. So now,
I thought the big guy did not make it. This guy made it. Right?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, cool.
It was that bone knight. Or no, you're right. The second one, right? That one. So middle bone knight and this guy make it, and the other ones don't make it. So let's go. Start with the steel one. Go ahead and roll and see. You'll roll the d8 to see which color ray affects it.
8. Okay, 3 is fine.
It's a 3. So 10d6
10d6 lightning on a
but half?
failed save, so half. So 10d6. Let's see what that does.
Okay, let me just get the advanced roller going. 10d6 roll.
Let's see, it says repulses all lightning. No, just kidding.
43, so you get half that.
Okay.
Repulses all lightning. It does not say that. It's metal. It likes lightning. Clock.
So it does 43,
21.
which means half, except that this you can see just sort of sparks around the outside. You think it resisted some of that. It did take some of it, but it was not as much as you might have expected. It is fully aware of your presence, though, now. You'll be happy to know.
Yo, peace out.
Okay, so there's that.
I will do which one do you want to do next?
Next one would be, I guess, this guy who did not make his save.
Okay, so he gets indigo, so he's restrained because he failed. And then he must make a Constitution saving throw at the end of each of its turns. If successfully saves 3 times, the spell ends.
Okay.
And then it turns to stone if you fell 3 times.
Oh wow. Okay, so he is temporarily restrained and possibly worse. Okay.
Yeah. Haha. Sucker. Okay, who do you want to do next? That was fun.
So next one will be the horned creature in front.
Okay. So he gets a 7. So he's blinded, and he must make a wisdom saving throw at the start of my next turn. To see if he...
Oh, let's see.
If it fails that save, the creature is transported to another plane of existence.
No, actually, he has a... they get to roll that saving throw again. They have a feature that allows it. Oh, and they do even worse. Never mind. So, is indeed blinded. Okay.
Okay.
Did you say if he fails the next save, he's transported to an alternate dimension?
Yeah.
Yep.
The next save?
Yeah, at the start of my next turn.
Oh, wow. All right.
And if you succeed your save, it ends blindness. But if it fails, it's transferred to another plane of existence of the DM's choosing and is no longer blinded.
Okay, great.
So,
I can see, but you're now in hell. Congratulations.
So,
trade-offs.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one is
I like
now
this spell.
blinded. Yeah, you should. Let's see. This one is... Actually, I should have used this for invisibility instead, and for blinded rather than use something else for that. Okay, so you're no longer... that. Okay, all right, so he's blinded.
That's the face he'll have when
all right,
he
now
goes
this
to hell
one...
too.
Exactly, yeah. This is the one who did make the save.
Correct.
Okay. So he gets 4. So he gets 10d6 poison damage or half as much. So we'll roll that. Ooh, that was not 27. That's a lot of ones.
And what kind of
A lot
damage?
ones. A poison. And he takes half damage.
You might not take any of it.
He takes half of that, actually. You get the impression that doesn't seem to disturb him too much.
That's fair.
So 27. Okay, so it takes a little bit, but not very much.
And
okay.
the last one?
Yep. Which is down here. Did not make their save.
1, so you get fire damage.
Okay.
So you get the full
Nice.
damage,
There
30.
we go.
30
Unless,
damage.
of course,
okay.
he's resistant
Nope.
to fire.
He takes the fire, eats it, and becomes 3 times his number. He's now
There's his
Ghost Rider.
final form.
But
Becomes
guys, I'm
Nicolas
flying to the
Cage and Ghost
guy.
Rider, and yeah. All right.
Hey, and restrain one. Don't forget the restraining part.
Yeah.
That's
I'm
right.
pretty
That's right.
pleased. That was fun.
That was good.
And there's glitter everywhere.
And the one in the horned helm, sort of, clutching her eyes, says in what is clearly a female, or at least a higher female presenting voice, and says, "Enemies, get them!" And I would like, please, initiative from everybody. Let's fire up some combat music.
There was something that Tanton was going to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tanton. I apologize.
He pulls out an engraver's tool and puts a little rune on Nisiana's bow, and it is now magic weaponed.
Outstanding.
Nice.
Wow. All right.
Okay.
While
not
people
that
are screaming
one.
on inside, you're like,
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Wait,
Well,
initiative.
this is why I pulled the bow, and I'm like, well, I guess I know what I'm doing.
That's smart.
Okay.
Okay, so
Click button first.
yeah,
One's got a 21.
click.
Tanton's got
Nisiana,
a
click initiative.
20. Okay, Mermaid's got
I
a
apparently am ready.
15.
You are.
Okay.
Oh, and you're really ready. You just want to beat
Let-
them up again.
Alarian not as ready.
Apparently not so much.
Okay.
The,
And
the,
let's see.
the melee will go last.
But I get to adjust my tactics to whatever's going on before me. So
Yes, that's what you're doing. You're just preparing.
You know.
You're like rubbing your chin. Okay. Okay. So let's.
So that reminds me. 100. Nope, I did not grow a beard today.
That's right, because of the dwarven.
Well, the dwarven kind.
Yeah,
I
the
really
dwarven
should have
kind,
a base level character. Have
Oh,
her
also-
do me as the beard.
I need
Bearded
a
one.
wild magic surge from you, Rowan.
Oh,
yeah?
do you?
I do.
Please don't turn me into a frog.
You did just attempt to disintegrate a creature.
15.
Nope. Nothing.
Disappointed.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, that's
Do any of these creatures move before I do?
That is a good question. I will tell you that in just a moment. Let's see. Right. So. Okay, and let's see. So we got Rowan at 21. We have Tanton at 20. We have Nisiana at 18. We have got Merime at 13. And we have Alarian at 9. And then we have this bad guy at Redacted. And
You can tell. We won't tell.
that's right. Rowan, what's your dex?
My dex
Oh,
Just curious.
is. I
GM.
don't know why you're curious, but I'll allow it 15.
Your raw dex score is 15? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Just checking.
It's just for sure.
Just
Cool,
one of those,
fun.
just
Yeah.
Conversing, getting the conversation.
yeah,
going.
like
We
just
get
trying
it.
to,
Yeah.
right.
General icebreaker question. What
Right,
is
yeah.
your dexterity?
Exactly.
Of course.
What do you do? Where are you from? And
That's
what's your
exactly
dexterity?
right.
It's just like. Okay. While we're on that subject, Nisiana, what's your raw dexterity? Again, I'm just
16.
curious. Okay. Thanks,
Yeah.
appreciate that. Must be very proud of that, Dex. Just saying. Okay.
Wait, what?
Nothing,
very
nothing,
hard to
trauma.
get that
Nothing at all.
dexterity.
That's right. Oh,
Wait.
man.
What do you mean? I must be very proud of that dex.
I'm sure it's fine.
Oh man.
Yeah. Nothing ever goes wrong when the GM asks a question.
It's true.
Right.
Yeah, when the GM asks a qualifying question, it's just
It's just
perfectly normal.
yeah.
It's just polite conversation.
I'm just trying to put people at ease usually. Okay. All right. We will begin with the top of the round, and as it turns out, it's a strange coincidence, Rowan, but it turns out that the metal thing goes first.
Oh dear.
And so the metal thing, it looks at you, roars, and then the roar gets louder and louder and louder until it is beyond deafening. It is bone rattling. I need both you and Merime to make Constitution saving throws, please.
I just brought my constitution up.
Yes, you did.
You know what? Nope. I don't like that
I
at
got
all.
the same.
Oh,
11 and 11. All right, both of you.
that equals 1,101.
It's actually a really good roll.
I am definitely doing Tides of Chaos.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, go ahead. You could do that. It's not going to help Merime, but
I'm just gonna stand
Yeah, I'm
there.
very sorry.
No, it's okay. I can take it.
Merime's going to feel the tides of chaos.
15 does not help.
Does not help.
I won't be aware of myself soon enough. So don't. If only I had a hero point.
But
But you have a hero point, Brandon. You have a hero point.
you do have a hero point.
I do have a hero point. I'm going to spend that hero point and do this one more time.
Hey, hero point.
I think that's a good idea.
And it went worse.
Oh,
This
No,
is what
you.
I told you.
Wait.
Well,
You-
hero
you-
point
you-
is a D6.
You roll the
It's a
D6 and add it to your save. You don't re-roll
You
it.
don't re-roll
I
it.
see. I
So
I
you
wouldn't
like
have
a 5 or a
suggested a
6.
re-roll.
Yeah,
A
no.
D6,
5 or a
okay.
6 would be
15.
ideal in this situation. So
Okay,
Does
but we
17, is
tried.
17 better? Is 17 good?
Not enough.
Still no? Cool.
Both of you are going to take 23 points of thunder damage.
Okay.
So that's that.
Oh, sorry.
And that's let's see. So you're at
I mean,
168, Merime, I think.
Yeah, 168.
Both of you drop your weapons. Now, in the case of Rowan, I'm obviously not going to have you drop your arm because that's silly. But anything you're holding, which for Merime that includes your rapier, etc., drops to the ground. Both of you are stunned. So the stunned effect is a charming little thing. I thought you'd all like to know about it. When you are stunned, a stunned creature is incapacitated, cannot move, and can speak only haltingly. Incapacitated means that they cannot take actions or reactions. When stunned, creatures automatically fail strength and dex saving throws, and attack rolls against these creatures have advantage.
You know, we had a good first round, Rowan.
So that happens to me very first thing of combat, and the next turn is mine.
You. Now you're going to
Grand.
get a chance to try to. I'm going to put a little lightning bolt to reflect your stun status. You'll be happy to know that you can try to make that save again at the end of each of your turns. But yeah, so it's going to now move up very close to you, basically to within melee range. It is not going to attack because that stunning roar took up its action. But you can see that it has claws and teeth and seems ready to use them. So Rowan, it's your turn and you are stunned. So you can do nothing except make a saving throw.
You got this. I'd inspire you, but I can't.
Which saving throw is this?
This
Constitution.
is a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. Here's what. Cool.
Not unlike how Rowan himself would react.
I owe you a wild magic surge roll because I'm going to Tides of Chaos immediately.
On the save. I think you have to, you have to make the save first and then Tides of Chaos off of that, right? Because you can't take actions or reactions. You are stunned. So I think Tides of Chaos probably is a reaction, no?
It is not.
Oh. Odd. All right. So that's fine.
But I can only use it once before a long rest for free, and then every other time that I do, I owe you a wild magic roll.
Okay. So you can Tides of Chaos, but you're going to have to do that after the saving throw, right?
To make the wild magic roll, yeah.
Okay. So go ahead and make your saving throw first. Let's see if it's even necessary. Oh, see? Yeah, no, your stun passes, and you kind of recover to see, like this creature, like mouth, like right next to you. But you are cleared of your stun. You'll be able to move normally next turn.
Mm-hmm.
You'll be
Just
happy
in time for it to start eating.
Yeah, exactly. Just in time. Okay. So now this Tides of Chaos. Why are you doing the Tides of Chaos for this now?
For the advantage.
Oh, so you used it to get advantage on that. I see. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So that does mean a wild magic roll?
Yeah, he did, and it was a 5.
The 5.
Oh, okay, got it. Right.
Alrighty, so that means that we're looking at Tanton is up next. Tanton, you heard the sound, like even though it didn't affect you the same way it did them, it was very loud, and you then saw them basically out on their feet almost.
He's going to step forward, probably to about here, where he's got line of sight on the critter.
Before you attack it, important to note, this creature, you recognize it immediately. It was a war machine of the House Kenneth. Unquestionably. You might even have worked on it. Not this specific one, but models like it.
No, etched underneath is,
Yeah.
the attention was here.
The attention,
Absolutely.
right, exactly. Yeah.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah. The signature.
After we get done and we go in, and one of the panels that fell off during the disintegrate has my initials on it. It's like, I did work on this.
Right. Okay.
Oh, number 3477. I remember you well.
Ah, yes. You were always a bastard. Here, let me shoot you in the face. So, think.
The power of the marksman skill. 25 will hit. Yep.
All right, so that will be 10 piercing plus 4 fire. Because as he releases the bolt, it ignites in mid-flight and hits it, and he is shocked for a moment, and then he remembers that.
Oh yeah.
The flames that are still kind of creeping around his back brain.
That is right. And give me 1 second. I have to check something about this thing.
Okay.
Sure, it's fine.
Okay. All right. As I say, just checking for things. Right. Okay. So 10 piercing, you said.
Yes, and 4 fire.
Okay.
Aya!
That's right. 4 fire. Okay. All right. And we'll take that.
And we will go again. My second attack.
Okay.
Hit it again. Natural
20. Let's go.
Wow.
Sting.
And
you aim for the right screw.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a section where the panel is missing.
Yeah.
It's like smoke. Anyway, so that'll be
Is that max damage?
Yep, max damage whenever he gets
it. So
it will be.
8 plus 3
11,
plus 1
11,
12
plus no. What was the last number you said?
12 so far.
12 plus 12 points of fire.
24.
So 24. Okay. Okay. Takes all of that. Okay.
And he's going to start trying to think back to remember if there. A lot of times when you had to work on these things, there were verbal commands to get them to not attack you when you started trying to take them apart to work on them. Because that way they would recognize you as a mechanic, not an enemy.
Right.
So he's going to see if he can recall any of the commands that he had used back then, but it was a little while ago. So
Gotcha. Okay. And you're staying where you are, Tanton, or are you moving?
no, he's going to stay there.
Okay. All right. That's going to bring us to Nisiana next. Nisiana, you've seen the situation. Not great.
Yep. Well, I'm going to first pop Aura of Life because I've got to keep my people alive. And then
Except
I'm going
Valerian.
to move.
Exactly.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Let's see. No, wait, stop. Cancel. What am I doing? Oh, I'm moving me.
Okay.
1, 2. So each one of these squares is 5 feet?
Yes. I'm doing an estimate. That may not be quite right, but
So I can only move to. Oh, why is. What thing do I need to move? Oh, there. So I can only move to about there?
5, 10, yes. Where'd you start from?
Right next
Just
to.
behind Valerian.
5,
Yeah.
10, 15, 20. I think 25. You probably could go one more square, I think.
Okay. There. And I have Aura of Life.
Okay.
And now I can see the badness.
Yep.
I think
Not
that's all I
wonderful.
can do.
All right. Good stuff. Now, the Bone Knights go. Now, the first one we'll start with the one that's restrained. It gets a chance to take a saving throw to try to end the effect, right? And it gets 3 of these chances.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Although it is just restrained, isn't it?
Yeah, it is restrained. So, which is a weird condition.
Yeah.
You can't
so-
move. And
Speed
attack.
is 0.
Yeah. And you have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. But this is a constitution saving throw.
All right. The creature, which is restrained, points at Rowan. And as it speaks, you can see as it speaks, you can hear again the voices that I mentioned when you first entered the city. So we told you that it would come and be there on time. Anytime it was going to arrive. Now it is time. You're going to feel it. You'll feel it. You'll feel it the time. So you can feel the whispers. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
You
Fun.
got this.
19?
19 is... Wait a second. Yes, that's enough. There is a moment where you feel something on your head, and you feel this wave of almost like sort of like something pass over you, but you recover consciousness, and you can see that it sort of looks disapprovingly that apparently whatever it was trying to do didn't work. Okay, now it's going to try to make its saving throw.
You're like, you feel something on your head. I'm like, is it a spider? Get it off!
Get it off! Get it off! I don't think it makes that. That is going to be an incredibly exciting 8, so that's a no.
Rank
Right.
1.
So that's fail 1. Okay, this one
That's
though.
failed 2, technically, right?
Why?
I thought
Because
this
it
was 3 after the initial
Yeah, exactly.
restraint,
That's
right?
what I thought too.
Right. Fair.
Yeah.
So if it's
It's-
3 after the original, then that would just be 1. Yeah, it must then make a wisdom saving throw. Let me see, where is it?
A Constitution saving throw at the end of each of its turns. If it successfully saves 3 times, the spell ends.
Yeah.
Right, that makes sense.
That's
if it
after
fails
it was
3
hit, though,
times,
yeah.
then you turn to
Yep.
stone.
So that's fail number 1. Okay.
Stone.
This one though is let's see. Okay. It's going to come up here. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yep. Comes up to you, Merime, and then is going to bring his greatsword down upon you. He is going to do that twice, and he's going to do it at advantage since you cannot move and you're just sort of like swaying back and forth.
But on the plus side, it's a great sword. So he has to be like.
Yeah, exactly. First one rolls terribly with a 13, even at advantage.
So he misses me, even though I'm like.
Yeah, exactly. Second one though is a 26.
Yeah, that hits.
Which is definitely going to hit.
Murray
okay.
almost invented the Drunken Master style.
He's like, yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. You are going to take 11 points of slashing damage, Merame.
Barely a scratch.
Sure.
According to my double 5, I now have 1,557 hit points.
Yeah. Not so much. All right. Let's see. This one is going to come up here, is going to point again at Rowan, and is actually, let me just double check. It may try to do what the other thing was trying to do, but there's also something else it might try. Let's see. Come on, find my thing. Okay. Okay. So the below his almost, you can barely hear it, but mutters something in some arcane language, and you can see his sword glowing a little bit. And then he will come up next to Merame and will also attack. Again, we'll attack twice, get advantage each time. That's a 17.
Nope, that misses.
How about a 23 on the second attack?
That hits.
Okay. So, in that attack, you are going to take... You're going to take, let's see... 12 slashing damage, but also, as you do that, or as it hits you rather, you can see that there is also a sort of radiant burst. And
He stuns me?
double stuns, no. It is a radiant burst, and it's going to do additional damage to you. So you're going to take an additional...
I feel I'm radiant enough that wouldn't actually hit.
another 8 points of radiant damage.
That could be wrong.
And you're now
Hey.
glowing with a white light.
I'd thank him if I could speak.
What does that bring you to? What are you at now, Mermaid?
137.
That's what I thought. Okay. Good. All right. Those were the Bone Knight's turn. Okay. Mermaid, it's your turn. On your turn, you have the incredibly exciting desire to be unstunned. So
I do, but before then, your blind knight guy, on the start of my turn.
On the start of my... Okay.
Yeah, it has to make a saving throw before he gets transported to another plane of existence.
What kind of saving throw, by the
Jesus,
way?
prismatic spray is that
wisdom.
strong?
Depends on which beam.
That particular beam, yeah.
Yeah.
14?
He
Nope.
fails, so
Damn.
he's transported to another plane of existence.
Wow.
Bye. If he has if the creature that is on a plane that is in a home plane is banished home, the other ones are usually cast into an astral or ethereal planes, but you can send him wherever. He's your
This
butt up.
guy whoop, pops into Kryn.
And 3 years later,
shows up in Ravenloft next to Weller. Oh, what are you doing?
He'll show up in our next campaign.
Yeah, exactly. So you thought you were rid of me? What? This is
I don't
Dragonlance.
know who you are.
Shows up in Kryn. All right. Well, he has vanished, and no one knows for where.
Is that permanent?
Yeah, he's gone.
That is hilarious. It's not just like plane shift where it's like 1 minute. That's a hoot.
He's gone. So now he's not blinded anymore, Greg.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, it's like-
he's got that going for her. Absolutely.
There's a whole sort of
Yeah,
a
she's
spin-off series that involves just
Yeah,
Oh, it's the
him
good
just
plane.
coming to in the woods in another plane.
yeah. He's
What
just like,
just happened?
what? And it's like a whole story about how he becomes a baker. He's like, I don't even remember. All right.
I really
She
like
hung
that.
up her horn
background.
helmet for good that day.
What?
Could you transport a party member that way? I mean, I guess. All right, Merame, you have to
Yeah.
now make your saving throw for.
Okay,
Being
and
stunned.
what kind is it again?
It is.
Was it
a
dexterity?
Constitution saving throw.
Constitution? Okay. You know, I still feel like I accomplished a lot.
True.
I don't even need to move to banish people, so
You're like, I'm still stunned. Actually, let me make sure. Yeah, no, still stunned.
Oh, Marimay says she's stunning. It's very different.
Very,
yeah,
very
look
different.
at how they glow.
Exactly.
There's glitter everywhere. It's very fetching.
Alarian, you were up.
I'm so looking forward to beating up on the blind person, but I guess I'll go after Necro Metal. All right, so what looks like an incredibly acrobatic anime leap, but really is me flying. Why not? 60 feet, fly over here, above their heads, above the Bone Knights, land behind this guy, and I'm going to hit him twice.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, right here, so I can get flanking. Screw that crap. So I believe that's an advantage, correct?
Yeah, although are you assuming Rowan? Because you're not going to get flanking from Marimay. She is stunned and
Yeah, I'm
incapable.
assuming Rowan, because this guy looks like he's about to jump on him.
I
So
just
yes.
want to make sure we were clear that Rowan is in melee range. That's all.
I
Yes.
think that was clear from the last time.
Yeah,
I
pretty
know,
much.
I know.
For reminding me.
All right.
I
It's
just
not like
letting
I
you know.
didn't know.
Well, no, nobody meleeed Rowan. Just, came up to
Okay, 28 for 9.
Yes, we'll hit. Okay.
And 28
Oh.
for 9.
Okay, yep, 28 for 9. Your attacks count as magical or no?
Oh yeah, yes, it's not a plus to the sword, but the sword itself as a beam of light basically said is it can hit things that need magical items.
Got it. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
All right, you hit it twice. Very nice.
Choppity chop.
Okay, and then that is going to bring us to the top of the round. On the top of the round, this thing
Turns around.
vanishes.
Turns around.
What do you
Well,
mean it vanishes?
how rude.
Rowan, it's your turn.
Wait, what?
No.
And Tanta's like, well done. Oh, wait, no.
Wasn't supposed to do. It's like Vader.
Marimay is like,
it's,
yeah, that was me. That
it's
was me.
Vader
That's
poking
right.
Kenobi's cloak, right? Like, wait a minute. That's not.
No, stepping on a metal plate.
I'm sure it's
Okay,
fine,
so
right, chat?
these
I'm
are-
sure it's fine.
These are 5-foot squares.
Yes.
So. Wait, no. Back, let me actually just go forward. I'm gonna come here.
Okay.
Oh, I really want to move. What's happening to this guy again?
Still restrained, and going to be trying to make another save, and also, but can still obviously cast, whatever spells or whatever it was doing before.
But attacks have advantage over him, I
Right.
believe. Yeah.
Cool. I don't care. He's probably just gonna turn to stone. I have the utmost faith that he's not prepared to actually engage in combat, and he'll just target me or Ilarion anyway. So, Ilarion, have some haste.
Well, I
Haste.
will. Don't get knocked out next round, please.
I will try my very best,
It's all I can ask. It's all I can ask.
Alrighty. Good stuff, Rowan. You ran up there. You did that thing. Haste is a wild magic surge, yes?
Right. So I misread the thing.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to give you this wild magic surge, but actually how Tides of Chaos works is anytime I cast a spell after using it the first time, I would wild magic surge, and then I'd be able to Tides of Chaos again, as if I had regained it.
Oh, I see.
after a long
I see. But, okay. But you still don't, when you cast a spell, you would have a wild magic surge regardless, right? Or is that not is that only Tides of Chaos?
rest.
Because you're a wild
Depends
magic
on the
sorcerer,
level.
so.
God, it would have been for that or for another thing that I cannot recall.
Because probably
so
not
yeah,
for
it doesn't matter
cantrips,
to
but
me.
like
I'm
haste,
gonna
yeah.
give it to you anyway.
Okay.
Right, so let's roll 1d20. 11.
I saw the 1 and I was like,
That's 2 ones. That's 2 ones.
it's 2 ones. That's double wild magic. Okay. Right. Okay. It'll happen. Tanton, you were up next. Nisiana's on deck.
So Tantan's going to step up. No.
Okay.
And I'm going to take a shot at one of the two guys in front of
Okay.
Let's see which one. We'll go with this guy up. Yeah.
Okay.
And so, think. Ooh, I thought that was going to be a 1. 18.
Miss.
Okay.
They block it away.
And then, think. 26.
That hits.
And that will do
Hey, Shadow.
11 points of piercing, 8 points of fire.
Okay. So, sorry, 8 points of piercing.
No, 11
and piercing 8 fire. 19. I got it. Got it. Let's see. And those are all
And
magical.
He was in sufficient line of sight to see that thing disappear.
Yes.
So does he remember if they had stealth capabilities?
I don't think. I'm not going to make you roll for this. You recall that one of the unusual abilities of these creatures is that they had the ability to, number one, appear to be in 2 places at once, but also, if necessary, the idea was to take these creatures, have them appear behind enemy lines. You're pretty sure this creature is capable of plane shifting.
I'm gonna pick up the bonehead. Hi.
Shrug.
So with what's left of my my turn, I'm going to pass that information on through the link.
Is the link still active?
I mean, you being stunned, it doesn't negate it, does it?
That's true. I don't think it should, though. I'm just stuttering in it.
I don't know, actually. It's a good question. Because if you're incapacitated, wouldn't that... Well, yeah, I guess, because if you were... Right? Because if you were unconscious, it wouldn't continue because it's rooted through you, right? Or is that not accurate? Because it's because you're the one...
if she was unconscious, it would go down for sure.
Yeah, but I'm still...
maintain it. But you're
stunned. Yeah, I think it would still be up. I couldn't communicate effectively in it.
Okay, that's fair. Because you are able to speak haltingly. So yeah, I'll say that you can keep this up. But when unconscious, you wouldn't be able to. But
yeah.
But incapacitated, yeah, you can still act stunned. You can still speak haltingly. So that description will say that you can do that. So yes, so you pass that along.
So it could pop up anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Okay, and that's your turn, Tanton, right? I think.
Yep.
That's going to lead us to Nisiana next.
So I can attack and then move, right?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to shoot this guy.
Okay.
With a bow and arrow and use my divine smite.
I'm going to ask you to move 5 feet, though. You are below and behind, and a halfling behind your sister.
Okay.
I didn't do that for Tanton because Tanton is a super marksman who can shoot in a keyhole.
Like
but
there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because where I'm going to end up moving is right next to my sister, so I figure I should shoot and then.
Really, Nisiana, here, because these are 5-foot squares. Like if you want to.
Okay.
And you'll still be able to move the rest of
the
your
wall
movement
that sticks out. It kind of blocks you.
Exactly.
Okay.
So there you can get it. If you're aiming at this one, I assume.
Which one?
That
the
one.
northern one.
That one.
Okay.
That is the one that I am aiming at.
Okay.
Let's see if I do any good.
21 will hit.
Sweet. And my
Make sure divine smite is checked.
Yep, it is.
Okay.
So it's magical with divine smite and piercing. So 16. 16.
Okay. Which means there's that, and then you also get that reduced from your negative energy points. So
right.
It should be 66 now, right? No, 67.
Yeah, 83 minus 16 is 67.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Okay, and then I'm going to move up to right next to my sister with the intent of using my dragon wings to protect her because I can see that she's still.
Okay. Yeah, still pretty woozy.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like she's got a concussion from something again.
You'll need to move the aura of life.
Oh, okay. Like that. Okay. Right. So it is the Bone Knight's turn. This one up top is going to stare at you again, Rowan. Yeah, I think it's going to do that. It's going to point to you again, Rowan, and again, that whispering behind your neck you hear as it points at you. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw again, please.
Right. So, to qualify again, now that I've Wild Magic Surged, now that I've rolled through Wild Magic Surge, I can Tides of Chaos once again for free.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. So advantage
So I
on
make
this
an
saving throw.
advantage.
Okay.
Con, right?
Wisdom.
17
Uh,
was not enough, right?
17 is enough, yes.
Okay, cool.
Against this. So again, you feel that same weight on your head for a moment, but then again, it passes. Okay, now he's going to try to make his saving throw. And that is... Ooh, what's the DC again, Marimay?
18.
Yeah, that's what he got. So he
Hey,
does save from
bad
his
luck.
restrained. Okay, yeah, that you can definitely do that. All right. So Ben luck means again. Remind me, you do a million of these things.
I spend 2 sorcery points to roll 1d4 and apply it as a penalty to that saving throw.
Oh,
Which means
that's
that it doesn't matter what I roll.
That's right. Yeah. Okay.
that's
So then
brilliant.
he fails it. Nice. So that's the second.
Let's just see for fun, though.
Yeah.
If he
Please be
fails
the
one
4.
more.
Let's just do
Yeah.
one.
But
But
that's
it's enough.
perfect.
That's
Thank
enough.
you. Good thinking.
Bent luck just enough. Okay. So he failed it. That's 2 failures for him.
I feel like I'm still contributing. I've only done one thing.
Okay, let's see. This one is going to attempt to hit twice. It is going to strike down with furious anger, but first, it is going to whisper in that strange language, and you see its sword glow again. On its first attack, we are looking at a 22.
Yeah, that would hit.
This-
Would it
Minus
hit?
+4 to our armor.
Oh, that does no longer hits.
Okay,
Thank
Oh.
you.
and then the second one is a 17, which I don't think hits, right?
Nope.
Okay. Alrighty,
Oh, thank
so
you.
that
To
one
the end of your
misses.
next. To the end of. Is it my next turn? I can never remember.
Okay, and then the one below is going to do the same thing.
Yeah, Murray, you have +4 to the end of your next turn.
Awesome, thank you. Which is next, but still, I'm very
Fine.
pleased. Thank you.
Wow, and then
That-
the second one is 21, which is a miss, I think, because of the extra
Yeah.
armor now.
Yeah, that's
And
saving my
then-
ass. Thank you.
And then a 13, which definitely misses. So they
Nice.
all miss everything because of that extra armor boost.
Even though I'm
1,
just
2,
like
3 strikes, you're out.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out.
Oh, reaction.
Bugs
Reactions.
Bunny. Bugs Bunny.
It's a beautiful thing.
All right,
That's
Marimay.
I was
Awesome.
also going to throw a reaction on it, but I didn't need to.
That's right.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate everyone's help.
Marimay,
Next
your
turn,
turn.
if we don't take these things down, yes.
Okay, so your Benum's already vanished, so we don't need to worry about that. I'm going to do a Constitution saving throw, Greg.
Okay. I love to see those. Well,
Ow.
I'm
just
just not
stunned. You're stunned.
And I can't use a-
Ruben.
I can't use
Can I
a
do
bonus
is there
action,
something I
right?
can do? Is there lesser restoration I can do?
You would need something which could clear the stunned condition. I'd have to look whether lesser restoration does that or not. But in the meantime, yeah, Marimay, you can't take any action, including bonus actions.
I'm just gonna hang out.
And
I'm
yeah,
doing
lesser
good.
restoration does not affect that. Blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned, but not
Nope.
stunned.
Okay, let's see if greater restoration will do it.
Marimay's just stunned. While you're
If
checking
you
that out,
guys can help boost my like I don't know if I can do +4s or whatever. I'm gonna be able to save it too. I don't know.
Alarian, in the meantime.
Yes, sorry. Okay. Well, okay. Assuming this guy's going to turn to stone, and if not, I am sure Rowan has the situation well in hand. So I'm going to give this guy. You forgot one thing about that quote, Greg. You forgot the Great Vengeance, so I will deliver it upon him.
Great vengeance. And
But I
furious
don't.
anger.
I don't get it because he's not really fighting. I don't get it at. It's going to be a normal fighting.
Okay. Hit a stunning roll. It is bit.
Unless you want to give it to me at advantage.
No.
I had to try.
Even the drunken master thing.
Oh, but I do get 3 attacks. I am hasted. Thank you, Rowan. All
Okay.
right, attack number 1.
attack the first.
Ooh, off the 3 to a 26 for 12.
That is a hit, yes.
27 for 10.
On the same one, right?
Oh, yeah. And non-natural 20 for 10. I come up and just wail on him 3 times.
Okay, bam, yeah.
Uh-huh.
He takes all of that. He's starting to look quite messed up now after all of that damage. Okay, and that brings us back to, that's you. That brings us back up to the top of the round. At the top of the round, appearing behind you, specifically behind Nisiana, is this.
Oh, no.
And next to him, on his back, in fact.
Of course. You're just mad that she got taken away. Just
When you said a plane of existence, and I looked and it said plane shift, I'm like, outstanding. That's exactly what it did.
Oh, we didn't know where to go.
Zip. He has a link to this creature.
Oh,
They
Wow.
We've learned
this is going to be a
something.
problem.
are. They're going to get
Look, guys, I
in.
can't keep jumping through this door all the time.
I need to get unstunned real fast.
Yeah, come on. Snap out of it.
Well, and I do have a question for the group because we're over time. So what I wanted to ask was, we could stop here and restart during ArfCon with the end of this fight, or I don't know how much longer. I mean, you're wailing at the Bone Knights, so you're doing some serious damage, and you've done a lot of damage to the steel thing, to this steel predator. But you know, I want to be respectful of time. So,
So we
up to
just
what you
win.
think.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, works for me as well.
it depends
That's
whether you
pretty
want to go to
sweet.
like 11:30, which would be 10 more minutes. It's up to you.
I think we
You
can
all?
take him in 10 minutes. Come on.
Yep.
Is that
Yeah.
okay with everyone?
That's one more round.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
About-
Yeah? What the heck?
All right. Well, in that case, the creature is going to arrive. It is going to attack Nisiana. It will not be doing so with advantage, but neither will it be disadvantage because there's nothing there that's an issue. So it's going to attack. Oh, I should have seen whether it did this. No, it did not. All right. So it is going to attack 3 times.
Nisiana plus 4 armor.
Okay. First, it's going to attempt to bite. That is a 24.
That will hit even with, except I am going to go ahead and do my reaction and do my wing. So with the plus 4, it's 22. With the plus 5, it is
27.
27.
Okay. So that does not hit then, in that case?
That's correct.
Okay. Now it's going to attack twice with its claws.
Yeah,
And we're
well,
looking at a 24 again.
that will hit. I can't do it. I can
yeah.
only react once.
And also, then the second one is going to be a 13, so that's not going to do anything.
No.
But
So one
the
hit.
24 will hit. All right, and that is going to do 16 points of slashing damage to you, Nisiana.
Wow.
41 minus 16.
Smack. Or slash, I guess.
That puts me at 125.
All right, Rowan, you are up next. You're looking at a restrained
Everything
guy.
that is actually juicy is taking place
That's right.
out of my
they
line
keep
of
leaving
sight.
us. Yeah, exactly. Quite annoying.
I'm feeling rather smug about the plane shift pickup service. Like it's legit though. It totally says plane shift on self and
As
can,
long as
I
it's
need-
can
the
occupy
link.
bounded
Yeah.
creature. And I was like, all right.
I need to get unstunned. I want to hit things.
I was going to do something else, but now I have a thing in my face. So I really need
No,
to
it's fair.
do
You gotta
damage.
worry about
It's true.
yourself.
Sorry, Rowan. It's cute. I just saw the thing in chat.
I'm gonna move here.
Okay. The Bone Knight sort of
Um.
waves at you feebly as you go by.
It's just I imagine that he's just like weirdly still attempting to point at me the entire
Yeah,
time.
he's like, you, this is gonna work sometime.
I
Oh my
am
God,
going
that
to.
is crazy. Yeah, we're just gonna throw a 7th level spell into this thing. Absolutely.
Right. This is a stupid question, so I'm gonna ask it to get it out of the way of just doing what I was planning to do anyway.
Okay.
Vitriolic Spear doesn't specify that I need to see where I'm aiming.
Okay. I mean, if you're aiming here anyway, I mean, it would, you know. If it's
I
a
mean, I was
sphere.
gonna aim on the other side of the wall, but yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, figured. I am going to. Everything would be too big to fire directly into the staircase. I'm
Yeah.
going to exhibit restraints just this once.
Because it does say you point at a location within range, so you have to point at. You can't be like point through the wall and then have it like home in on the other side. You know what I mean? So I would think
Fair.
I would think you'd have to be able to see where you're pointing at. As I'm looking at this.
Fair enough. Right. So, in fact, okay, cool.
But it's a 20-foot
So-
radius, by the way. You don't need to worry about that. I mean, the only problem is that you have all your friends there, but otherwise.
No, yeah, my friends matter.
That's true.
It turns out that I love them and care about them a great deal.
Mhm.
Oh,
Mary
Not
would react to
Rowan
that,
would
but she's
admit
stunned.
that to any of us. At least not yet.
Right. So, first, as a bonus action, I am going to spend a first level spell slot.
Okay.
'Cause I don't even have any first level spells in it. To regain 1 sorcery point. I'm gonna do that very slowly for the rest of this combat.
Okay.
And then,
Concentration.
barring much else I can do, I guess I'm just gonna shoot this guy.
Okay.
Bone Knight number 2, the one closest to me.
Okay. By the way, so you hit. I do want to point out that you could hit either one of them. This guy's more damaged. I'm just letting you know in case you cared that you could hit either one.
Oh ho!
Yeah, because
I already declared my intent.
All right.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine. I mean, both of them need to get dead, right? So
Uh-huh.
It got, yeah.
Alright.
better.
hit dead her.
So that's 4 piercing.
All right. Plink. Takes that. Okay.
To qualify, that means I rolled a 1 on the actual
Yes.
damage roll.
I assumed as much.
Nice.
Excuse me while I shoot this guy. All right. So, good stuff, Rowan. And you're staying where you are, you said?
That was my whole movement. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So then in that case, it is Tantan's turn, and you can now see there's a big steel thing right next to you.
Oh yeah, that's no problem. So
But
yeah,
just
Kenton,
press the off switch. You know where it is.
Yeah, exactly.
I know where it used to be. They may have changed the design. They went to like a whole, Merix 11 operating system that
Yeah.
just sucked. It was
Yep.
terrible. It was never mind.
Yeah.
I think someone disintegrated that part of its body. So you
Yeah,
know.
that's where it was.
And
Yeah.
it was out of warranty, so
Right.
you know.
Yeah, just awful. But yeah, Tantan was like aiming towards the thing and then looks over and sees the guy's like,
Clever girl.
right there.
It just turns, yeah.
But this time he did get the shot off.
Uh-huh. Mhm. So, I think 22
22 will hit, yep.
for 10 points of piercing, 8 points of fire.
Okay. All right. He's going to take that. Looking pretty, starting to look pieces flaking off and starting to look pretty badly hurt now.
I'm very, very badly burned. And a pink. Again, 22
Again, will hit.
for 6 points of piercing, 8 points of fire.
Yeah, looks very hurt now, but is
All
still
right, you two
still
got this.
together.
Any recollection of verbal commands?
The problem is that the verbal commands were often specific to the unit, and so unless you worked on this specifically, which I mean, I don't know, we could, you know what? Just for the fun of it, why don't you roll a D100 for me? And I will say that if you roll between 1 and 10, this is a unit you worked on. Let's put it that way.
That would be a 10.
Well, Fido. Jesus Christ.
He just needed to be close enough to recognize the unit. That's it. It's very simple.
Unbelievable. Well, yep. It looks like you worked on this thing. It does look like it has been modified a little bit, but yeah, you have worked on it.
Yeah, that blender's new. I don't recall putting that in.
You think you may remember, yes, the some codes that were used for it. The one that might shut it off, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that's really funny. That's going to bring us to Nisiana. Very important for DMs at home. Never ask your player to make a roll if you don't want to deal with the consequences of the roll.
Right.
But that was fine.
That goes for players too.
Yeah, that's right. I assumed there was a possibility, just not a very good one, and it worked. Okay, Nisiana, you were up next.
I am popping Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
And all my friends are friends, but everybody else is not.
Is not a friend.
Not friends.
Okay, let's see. And I
Profound.
am actually.
Yeah, I was
going
gonna say. I think that's just a reality.
I want that as a tattoo.
It is going to. I'm
My
going
friends
to.
are friends. What's the radius on Spirit Guardians again?
Hold on.
I think it's 15 feet.
It's 15 diameter, 15 feet of distance of 15 feet. So they are around me with
like that.
Everybody within 15 feet, and I am casting it actually at 5th level.
Okay.
Which does extra damage.
Okay. Yep. But that's for when they start their turn.
There's no divine strike. Shit, I forgot.
And it's when they start their turn, right?
Nope. Hold on.
Oh, is it right now?
Yeah. Hold on. I will put it into the spell.
Just pop it up there. Good or neutral bonus.
Oh. So it is.
Yeah, when it enters the area, when it starts its turn there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I use Spirit of Guardian all the time in Celesta. So
the creature enters the area for the first time on a turn or starts their turn there. So
love me some.
Which
Spirit
they're all
Guardians.
going to. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Except for the one guy who's over there waving at Rowan as
He's
he goes
like,
by.
I'm telling you, it's gonna work. All right.
And okay, so then that's when I roll the damage.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so that was one action. You did that. You did the thing with Spirit Guardian. Okay, so I think that's it, unless you're going to move anywhere. But if you moved, then the Spirit Guardians would do that.
Staying right there to try to. I don't know.
All right, it is the Bone Knight's turn for one final time. If you had one chance, points at Rowan and is like at top speed again, tries to get you. Please make a Wisdom saving throw. There's really very little else this thing could do while it's restrained.
If you ever hear a Bone Knight sound aggravated, this is it.
Wisdom saving throw.
Damn cheap imported crap.
That's why I buy a scroll from China, damn it.
Let me see. A 16? Yeah, 16's enough. Again, you feel the weight. It's just like, oh, son of a bastard.
I turned to the Bone Knight.
Blast himself in the face.
Yeah.
I turned to the Bone Knight.
Yeah.
And wave gleefully, knowing that he's about to turn to stone.
He's just so angry, and then he misses his save. So he's just like, and just like stops. Oh my god.
Oh, it's hilarious.
That was just
Really?
not.
I love it.
Didn't
I'm
work.
so glad you took that spell.
Oh
God.
man. Wah, wah. You know that he was at full health too. You never did any damage to him. He just sat there and just turned to stone. It's like,
well, ineffectively trying to do whatever the hell he was doing.
God damn it!
That's hilarious.
Work. All right. So
I just want to qualify as well how hilarious it is that Mermaid essentially did so much, accomplished such a great deal in the large scale of this combat that has been just
stunned the whole time.
The entire
time.
Imagine if I could have hit more than once.
Exactly.
I think that thing had to freeze the last time, like looking at his finger at its own fingers if the finger's not working.
Yeah, it's just like
stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. The first of the Bone Knight is going to attack Nisiana. Again, is going to be at advantage. Is going to do so with twice. So we are looking at, first of all, a 15, which I'm sure is going to miss.
Yes.
Then there's a 20.
Do I still have the 22?
You wouldn't
yes,
unless
you do, till the end of your next round.
22, so no.
Wait, she's attacking Mirame or Nisiana?
attacking Marame.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah,
said
so-
Nisiana. Sorry.
No, Marame.
And then,
Yeah, no, that hits.
So let's see.
yeah.
And that is going to be.
Except he started his turn. He has to take damage.
Oh, that's right. Okay. He might do
So-
11 damage, but hold on.
Hold
So
on.
go ahead and roll damage first. He might not get a
So-
chance because he's pretty hurt.
How do I... Oh, I just hit Spirit Guardians?
I think that's right because you did that before, I believe.
Well, hit it and let's find out.
Yeah.
Worst,
And
it's
I-
going to
and-
put it into the chat again.
Okay, submit.
Yeah. I did
Okay.
it.
So it did 15 radiant and the higher cast another, so 29 radiant.
29 radiant.
Damn.
Yep.
So everybody in that I'm gonna say everybody in that.
Yeah, that
This is the
that
roll.
obliterates him. Well, they have to make, and there's no saves. Oh, they have to make
There
a
is a
wisdom.
save.
They have to make a wisdom saving throw. All right, hang on.
And that gets rid of some of your negative energy, doesn't
You
it?
can
Jack?
just assume it failed, Arv. That's perfectly fine.
We're looking at a 21.
That does save, and so they take half damage. So they're taking 14.
That still kills them. So it doesn't matter. They were
Does
pretty.
that,
They were
does that
pretty
take away from my negative energy?
Yay!
yeah, I would think so. Yes.
Okay, so that puts me to 53.
53. And this thing, this last thing is going to take, what did we say? Oh, he has to also make a wisdom saving throw.
Mhm.
Nope.
And he's going to, that's not going to do it. 11 is not going to make it, right?
Nope,
so,
that's 29.
So 29. Okay, he's still around, although that hurt a lot.
Three.
Not
He
for
will
long.
now try to make his attacks. So never mind that damage that you would have taken, Mermaid, before.
Yay!
This guy is going to try. We are looking at a 20, not natural,
That will hit.
and then a 17.
That won't hit.
Damn.
Okay. So we're looking at a total of 11 points of slashing damage.
Okay, so I'm at 126.
Right. Okay. That's going to bring us to Merame, who is currently stunned.
I'm gonna make a Constitution saving throw.
Would
and I'm
you
gonna
like to
make
join
it.
the rest of the
And
party?
you're going to make it.
Well,
So close.
Can you guys help me?
Stunned.
This is-
I can help you. Let's see. But I want
Thank you.
to. But I want to beat up things.
I
Don't
know.
don't make
well,
me
it's your
choose.
turn. It's your turn, Larry, and you can decide right now.
I
Alright.
would also like to beat up
Counterpoint,
things.
wouldn't it just
Alright,
be
hold on,
so
hold on,
funny
hold on.
for
Oh, it's a bonus
Mermaid to
action,
just
okay.
wake up and everybody's already dead?
Okay.
Which one did you say was obliterated?
There were two of them. The one above it.
The one above
Oh,
it was,
okay.
yeah.
All right. So Mermaid, this is a bonus action, so I can do it and not miss anything.
Yay! You get everything. You can.
That's right. So I give you shared spirit. So you grant one ally within 30 feet the protection of my protection ability of my Aegis armor. So if you are getting hit, you can spend I'll allow you to spend a die. You roll a D10 and add that to your armor class. Okay, that
Oh,
lasts for
thank
one
you.
turn. You get +1 to your AC anyways, and a D4 soul die. However, so one thing I have is I can roll a spirit die to add to any saving throw. So next round, let's remember we
Yes.
have this, and hopefully we'll do it. I would have done it last time, but I was busy beating on the guy, and I didn't know it was a bonus action. I would have done it earlier, so sorry.
No, that's okay. Now we know. Thank you. I appreciate
Yep.
it.
All right. Anyways, beating on him, which is my plan, and it's a good plan, and I love it. So Star Sword. 21 for 9.
Yep, we'll hit. Okay.
Can you believe in me?
I absolutely.
Luciana?
Oh, is this the same round?
As what?
No, it's a new round, I think.
Oh, it is a new round. I
No,
do
it's
believe
not.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh,
Oh, I go last.
Because
Sorry,
he
if you
Balerion goes
didn't, you
last.
didn't. That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it. Third
Yeah.
attack.
I would like to have believed it, but it
15.
has
Not
no
gonna hit, I don't
mechanics.
think. Nah, she's fine. She can take it. I'm not gonna kill. This blow will not kill him, so I'm not gonna blow a spirit die on it. All right. Well, I'll hit him once at least. That's something. Okay. That's 2.
Okay. Now it is the horned person, the champion's turn. So they're going to take the damage. They're going to make a wisdom saving throw. Maybe they're going to try to.
But
That
all the planar travel is left them weakened, and it kills them.
15 is that enough?
No, it's not enough. They need a 16.
All right. So they're going to take all the damage, and I think this you roll separately now for them because it's his turn.
Oh.
So
You want me to roll? Okay.
For the Spirit Guardians again, yeah.
Okay. Spirit Guardian. 5th level. Submit. It is 13.
13 points of damage. Okay.
That puts me down to 9 negative energy.
Cool.
Wait, what?
Nice.
You were
Because
Oh, I see. Because you were at 53, but I must have missed one that you
missed the
did.
29 that I
29, which would have put you at 24 negative energy.
minus 30, and now 24
So
minus 30.
So you have 11. Yep, you're right.
Oh, 11. Okay.
Yep, okay.
I can math.
All right, so they did that. Now the one is going to move and is going to attempt to attack you, Nisiana.
Okay.
Is going to attempt to hit you 3 times.
+4 again.
Okay, so 22 is my...
So that is a, let's see, that is an 11. That is a 27.
That hits.
And a 10. So its second one hits. And that is going to be 20 points of slashing damage.
Ooh.
Really cuts into you.
I believe I need to make a Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
And con saving throw, yep.
Con saving throw.
Succeed.
Well, we'll see.
Oh no.
Nope.
No, I did not. Okay, the Spirit Guardians go away.
Okay.
Well, they were
Well,
good while they lasted.
They did their part. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
All right, that brings us up to the top of the round where conveniently the steel creature no longer needs to make a saving throw for being in Steel Guardians. And is therefore going to attempt to, first it's going to check whether something has happened.
But we decided we were only going to do that
That's
one
right.
more round.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Yeah, that's right. So that's right. So when we start next time, we will start with them facing still this steel predator and the horned helmet champion. Hey, what's up, Wispy?
And one bone knight.
And one bone
One soon
knight.
to be dead bone knight.
A deader bone knight.
As they battle against the power of this guard inside this Metrol station. Well, that was, I would say, a fairly eventful session, y'all. We had entering the city of Metrol and the incredible mystery of that and the sort of not so positive, negative stuff of that. We had some things that ended up having some positive mechanics but negative psychic effects when it came to Tantan. Some others who had just some mysterious things happening. The loss of a hero point with Merime, and then obviously Larry not being able to use any healing. So there was a variety of things. And then we got the humor, the combat round, and the humor of watching the guy try to repeatedly do something to Rowan that just never worked. So there was all that. That was just chef's kiss. Very good. But it was a good game, and I'm excited to see what we're going to get to as we conclude the Dragon Below during our marathon session next time. John, I'll start with you. Good stuff from Malarian today, obviously wailing away with your increased strength and being able to sort of tank some things up. But of course, you do have that mysterious thing of the newspaper article that has supposedly announced your death. So that is going to be an interesting situation.
I'd be concerned if I had taken a single point of damage during this fight so far.
That sounds like a challenge, and it's all right. It's all right.
Look, I'm trying to get the bone knights to turn away from Miss Stunned over here to come face me like, well, not men, but undead, I guess. But but one disappeared, one turned to stone. It's all over the place.
No, listen, I mean, and Merime apparently enjoys the stunned condition, so I don't know.
Yeah, she's just gonna stand there and just
like kind of nice,
cosmetic spray,
kind of a nap and
no,
everything. And
this was a lot of fun.
As
usual, of course, playing with these folks is all great. I can't wait to do the nice, big, long 8-hour for the fest, for the charity stream, that's what it's called. Yes, for Memorial Day weekend, so that's going to be a lot of fun, especially starting out in combat again, which we're not done yet. So yeah, always a blast. It's great to get back to it. Back-to-backs is always fun, too, so it's delightful. So I'll be in quarantine after my trip. I'll be coming to you from a hotel room, but I'll make sure I have my screens, I'll make sure everything's ready and good to go. So can't wait. Always awesome here. And yes, I got to beat things up and talk to Nisiana. Both were fun.
That's right.
Okay.
And do it in that order rather than beating up Nisiana and talking
That
to some
would
other
that
group,
would
which
not
would be
be
not.
fun.
Yeah.
No.
But good stuff today, John. Thank you. Look forward to seeing what Alarian gets up to next time. I would say Jen Nisiana had a very eventful session as well, with a lot of not just the Spirit Guardians. You got a lot of negative energy reduced, so there was that. On the negative side, if you'll pardon the whatever, you got a lot of you got wailed on a fair bit with damage and stuff like that.
It could be worse.
That's right. That's right. I mean, listen, you're only facing a champion and the massive steel war machine and a bone knight. So I mean, it could be worse.
I'm gonna trust that. Of course, Trent's not here, but I'm gonna trust that Mia Tantin's gonna take on the one thing. So I'll focus on the champion.
Mm-hmm. And it's gonna be interesting to see what happens there. But also, I thought it was interesting. Each one of you saw something, of course, that was troubling in some way. And in your case, seeing the old halfling with the dragon marked, clearly the healing dragon marks, and then seeing that vanish. It might be playing tricks, but the Mornland has a way. The Gray has a way of sort of bringing you face to face with some of your greater fears, I guess. And this might have been some of approach to that too. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had fun. I mean, we're getting wailed on, and I don't like this giant metal thing that I'm really hoping Mia Tantin can figure out how to do something about. But I will be here next week on Sunday, and I will have a couple of Tuckerizations up for the raffle.
Very exciting.
For those who are, I will write that up for you guys. Reminder that I have 2 new releases this week. And I will, if you are a writer and you would like to do some leveling up of your skills, there is 6 seminars going on.
Yes, 6 of them left.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's it. Woohoo.
Good stuff, Jen. Very excited for next week. Thank you. Always a pleasure. Brandon, again, good stuff from Rowan. I just it does crack me up repeatedly that he just could not. He's just like, why won't you die? Except in this case, it was like, why won't you just listen to me? And you were just like, no, I'm not going to do that. But also, again, a lot of good use of these items that disintegrate. What I liked about that was the fact that it's a big mega hit spell, and you were like, yeah, and the creature's like about half down, maybe. Like, it was not, so it was one of those things where it definitely was good. Like, without it would have been, but it was also one of those things where it's like, I'm still around as you move forward, and you're like, all right, well, now I'll have to consider how that all works. And also how little concern Rowan seemed to have about some of the shadows speaking to him, probably because he was aware that this was going to be a place that does strange things to one's psyche, and it doesn't have the direct personal connection that, for example, it does for Tantin. But that was interesting to me too, to see how you reacted to Metrol as it is now. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I think the thing that I thought was particularly fun about those ghost whispers is the idea that they don't bother Rowan first and foremost because he has no idea what they mean or what they're trying to do. Like, if you're trying to scare someone, you can at least actually invoke a terror, and you can't really just be afraid of just like random whisperings, just like okay, cool, you're annoying, thank you.
So it need to be like, your gun will misfire or something like that. Like, like click, click. You don't remember how to cast Wall of Fire, something like that.
The night is the night you roll 1 is like,
how do you spell disintegrate? Like stuff like that. Like,
yeah, so like that was actually really fun for me, and to see that kind of come full circle to this is where the whispers are coming from. They're trying to do it to you over and over again. Nope. Yeah, I'm not bothered by this at all. I'm very sorry. It's very fun, and the joy of watching this person slowly turn to stone is actually very amusing to me.
Just he's not even upset. He's just disappointed. He's very personally disappointed. So
very terrible. So yeah, this was fun. I I will be here again next week on Sunday when we do the thing. I need to figure out how I'm actually going to keep my eyes open for 8 hours straight, but I'm very excited to actually we are. This is a reminder to everybody because Greg keeps reminding us we are inching ever closer to the end of Eberron, and at some point we need to discuss what we're gonna do after that. And I'm very excited for us to not only continue to barrel ever so closely to that end, but to the potential experience of us being able to play the finale
Yeah.
at Worldcon if all things still go well, and have that be our like trigger point into whatever happens next. So at this point I just need to we just need to shoot the Lord of Blades in the face. I am very confident at this point that if we just give Ilarion haste, Ilarion just becomes big and just kind of sits on the Lord of Blades for 4 turns. We are good to go for the rest of that combat. So we'll see how that goes. So yeah, Brandon O'Brien. You can see me almost everywhere on the internet at this point.
It's true.
God, I'm writing so many things I can't even remember what they all are. I'm on
The most important one's Grey Shade.
Worldcon
That's
blog.
the most important one.
I'm
No,
on the
just kidding.
Seattle Worldcon blog. I'm on Rascal. I am doing things for Augment Magazine that you will see very, very soon. And of course, Grey Shade, you will see an update from us about Grey Shade very, very soon. Because suffice it to say that when this stream is over, I'm going to pour myself a cup of tea and get back to finishing 2 more mini campaign adventures for the book.
Yeah.
That are actually going to be very, very fun, and I'm very excited for you to all see those things. But also, I reminded that if you're going to be at Gen Con, all things going well, you will see a handful of people actually playing one of those adventures.
Yep. In fact, we can announce that, Brandon, quickly. Let me just say we can announce that. So it's going to be available. Remember, Grey Shade will be released at Gen Con during the symposium, and on Friday night at the symposium, there will be it's now the event calendar is going live tomorrow, but I'm giving you a sneak peek. It's going to be Friday night, and it will feature, because I've now heard from everybody, Brandon will be GMing one of the adventures from the Grey Shade TTRPG modified to fit time, with myself playing along with Jen, who is right here, along with Karen Menzel, who is a member of the symposium that's played many times with us in these previous ones, along with Toya Kristen Finley from Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks fame, along with Richard Lee Byers, who's one of my favorite people, and has been also one of the players who's played for a long time. So we're going to actually be playing Grey Shade, the TTRPG, live in person in front of a studio audience, so to speak. So yes, very excited about that for Friday Gen Con night.
Yes. So look forward for that. If you're actually going to be at Gen Con, you get to sit and watch us do the thing. And I'm sure Greg is still figuring out how we can make a stream thing happen as well.
Yeah.
But that's going to be very rad. So that's in the last weekend of July.
Right.
My brain is mush at this moment. It's very late. But yes, that's everything from me, I think.
Thanks, Brandon. Good stuff, and I'm excited for all of the above. Marimay had an interesting experience, Marie. I think this is what happened, Marie. You said, let's see, we did the WorldCon thing yesterday, and you were really tired, and you had to throw glitter at yourself or something. And I think this is the result. Like your character was just stunned a lot. But as was pointed out, boy, did your effect with you hit prismatic spray, and then you were like, "Sir, not appearing in this picture for the rest of the combat." But that spray did a lot of damage, early on. So you got to try that out, and you also got that experience of seeing losing the hero point because of the people on the street, and that situation of being in Metrol as well. So there was a bit of that also. How did you feel about today's stunning session, and where will the folks find you next?
I could have just gone to bed earlier. You could have been like,
you did,
"Marie,
basically.
Right? Like, why did I stay here? I could have just, guys, I had a good time. You got this. I'm going to bed." But yeah, I had fun regardless. Thank you, John, for trying to get me out of my my little trap of
Stunned
stuns.
state, yes, exactly.
Yes, 'cause
Stun
I
lock, yeah.
cannot succeed a saving throw to save my soul. So yeah, no, it was. I'm hoping I don't spend 8 hours stunned next time.
Yeah, me too.
I'm going to bed. I'm just gonna leave. If it's like 3 turns, I assume I'm never getting out of it. I'm going to bed. But it was fun. Thank you. I look forward to next week. I'm very excited for our long 8-hour session. It's always one of my favorite days of the year. So yay. And yeah, that's it. I'm excited. Find me on the internet. See me here next Sunday. Let's hang out. Let's play.
Good
Give me
stuff.
inspiration so I can break out of this thing. Come on.
Exactly. Get your inspirations ready. It's true. Thank you, Marie. Always a pleasure, and also pleasure to have Tren with us. And Tren, again, as we knew was going to be the case, a lot of good stuff for Tanton in this city. The effect of it, one way or the other. I like the moment between you and Nisiana, where Nisiana was doing that very accurately describing what you would do to calm someone down in the midst of a panic attack, or frankly, a PTSD attack. And so, but also the fact that it has this profound sort of duality for you in that you're getting these benefits of the fire, but every time there's a sort of reminder of what it is that you've lost. Plus the revelation of this name that no one's heard before. And I expect that there will be moments where, at some point people be like, so what was that name thing? What was going on? That'll happen as a result of that.
What name?
And the house and the whole house Canna thing with the creature that you're looking at, the fact that you're, again, not a shock that you would see it here, but the fact that it's like a reminder again of what happened during the last war. So a lot of stuff for Tanton to conjure with, and then also some very effective attacks in there too. How'd you feel about today? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I am so glad we took that last round. That was really funny. That was our womp womp round. That was just perfect. I'm really glad we took that
so
one.
bad.
What I imagine with Mary May being stunned like that after having done, but her prismatic spray still being in effect is, since she can speak haltingly, every time one of them suffers something, I could just see her going.
Yeah, and I'm like glowing brilliant right now.
Oh, love it. Yeah, I loved today. I thought it was great. I'm very much like Liam O'Brien, and I share a love of tormented characters.
I've noticed.
So it's it's a lot of fun. Let's see. If nobody else can manage to get Mary May out of her stunned thing, Tanton is now close enough to use Flash of Genius to give her a +5.
Nice.
I'll read it all.
Flash.
We might need to team up on that one. Yeah,
right. Exactly. Wonder Twin powers. We don't look like each other. Whatever. Yeah. So where will people see me next? Right here in a week and a day. Doing the 8-hour thing. I'm gonna have to line up. I'm gonna have to get up. Yeah.
To be presentable at 9 a.m.
I don't know about that. I don't know about being presentable. I mean, I don't care that much.
Well, it'll be the bell curve, right? Like Chen will be tired for an hour, and then it'll be like awesome for 5 or 6, and they'll be like, all right, now I'm starting to.
Yeah,
exactly.
But
around 4 o'clock, you'll be at your peak.
Yeah, because since Thordax Mommy did the donation already, I intend to have a lot less face fur when we start.
Right.
So
nice.
I will have that set up before we, in like a day or 3. I'll probably start doing it so I can fine tune it as we get closer.
I can't wait. I may be stunned from that. We'll have to see.
Maybe
what the effect has on me.
Like 40 points of psychic damage.
Like,
that's gonna be mine. That's gonna be mine.
I'll just keep my COVID mask on while we're doing the thing, and it's just like, no, trust me, I did it. It's just buried.
I swear.
Yeah. It's going to be great. Every year we do this. It's awesome. I find it amusing that last week I got I got a letter in the mail from Damon Runyon saying, "Hey, do you want to make a donation?" I'm like, guys, we're
funny we should mention
that.
Yeah.
But it should be fun.
Speaking of donations, Greg, did you get a package from me recently?
That sounds like a no.
It might be coming. Yeah, it must be coming the next couple of days.
I was gonna say no.
All right, the t-shirt is on its way to you, so it should be there. It'll definitely be there next week.
We sent it to your house in the Caymans. I mean,
this was. I'm vaguely remembering.
The t-shirt that I'm wearing there.
Yes.
But I bought one previously that was too small, but the company said just keep it, we'll replace it. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do with an extra shirt I can't wear? I'm sending it to you to give away during
Oh, it's the
the
giveaway.
stream.
That's right. I will add that to. I do remember now. No, I haven't gotten it yet, but that will be a giveaway item as
It'll
part of
probably
the
be there
giveaway
tomorrow, or I should say Monday or Tuesday. So
Slick.
I sent it like last Tuesday. So yeah.
So don't enter that giveaway if you are not we.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, I can do it. Thank you. I forgot about that. That's going to be great.
Yep.
I am very excited for
almost
this
forgot to
crew.
send it, so yeah.
And again, as I've talked to them about, I've talked to the other groups as well. Everyone has been clear about it's all nice to raise money for cancer research, but really it's about bragging rights for who raises the most money. So I'm just saying, who's actually going to get that. And I think I am going to give this group a $250 leg up because after all, it is these two gentlemen here on the bottom left and right of your ziggurat here that are doing this. So you have $250 to begin with. So, will you get the most money raised? We shall see. But genuinely, thank you so much as always to the amazing Infinity Beyond crew. Chat, can we get some love for I&B? Thank you to Trent Sparks, to Marie Bilodeau, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozick, John Helfers. I will see you back here next week, folks, for the finale of The Dragon Below and the finale of Season 5 of Eberron Oracle of War.
We'll be level 17 then, won't we?
After you finish it-ish, we'll see.
Okay, so
but
we
anyway,
have to level up again.
Keep that in mind. Bye for now, folks.
It doesn't matter.
They're coming at you too fast.
I'll see you next week.
All right.
Bye, folks.
Everybody.
That is going to do it for us, but don't leave. Don't everyone else leave, because I do want to talk a little bit about the announcements here. First of all, great session tonight. Really enjoyed it. Had a ton of fun. Well done by the crew. Now, I wanted to take a moment to quickly announce what the schedule looks like. I announced this already, actually. I announced this on social media, so some of you may have seen that, and I also posted in the Discord. But for those of you who are not on those things, first of all, get on those things. But as well, I wanted to mention what the schedule looks like. So ArvCon will begin on Friday the 23rd. Day one of ArvCon will consist of the Arvocalists. And this is going to be a different thing for the Arvocalists. It's going to have Zach Clay, GM to Critical Role, GMing a tabletop one-shot for myself, which reminds me, I have to put a note here, which is to remind myself to respond to Zach, because he asked me a question this morning, and I remembered I have to respond to him. Okay. But Zach is going to be GMing a one-shot TRTBG. For me, I'm going to be playing, along with KP, Rem Alternus, and Indy. So 3 of the Arvocalists plus me will be GM'd by a 4th Arvocalist, Zach Clay, doing a one-shot adventure. That's going to lead off day one of ArvCon, 9 p.m. Eastern, Friday the 23rd. That's a new thing for us, so we're excited about that. I always try to throw in a new twist if I can. Saturday, the 24th, at noon Eastern for day 2 of ArvCon, will be an interview with the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Scientists. And let me just pull up my blue sky, because I actually have the names of these folks. Very, very cool. Let me just pull up that thing up. And by the way, please do spread the word about this. A lot of people have been doing all these notifications and following and all this stuff. There's a community D&D thing that I will mention as well. So you're definitely going to want to check that out. Let me just repost that. Okay, where are we doing this thing? There's this. There we go. Okay. So I will be interviewing the scientists. First of all, Dr. Sang Woo Spark. Actually, no. That's not it. It's Park, not Spark. Dr. Sang Woo Park. So I'll be interviewing Dr. Park, Dr. Brendan Floyd, and Dr. Catherine Triandafilou on their work for Damon Runyon. First of all, I love doing that anyway, because these are all cancer research scientists who are doing incredible work. You all know my feelings about Damon Runyon, which does amazing work. But I do want to say beyond that, that these also are the same 3 who will be playing as part of a tabletop role-playing game session later in ArvCon. So I'm going to be interviewing them at 12 o'clock. That's going to run for about 45 minutes. At 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturday, May 24th, as day 2 of ARVCon 2025 rolls on, I will be joined by the Dice Roll, which normally we stream over on my sister channel, GogCom's Twitch channel, and they will be playing their Ghosts of Saltmarsh as they move into their own finale. They're not quite at the finale yet, but they're moving into the end game there, and so that will have Pyron Jade, Inanda, Darksaber 2K, Wholesome Horror Gaming, and Undeveloped Bruce playing that from 1 to 4. It's going to be awesome. That's going to be happening at Saturday the 24th from 1 to actually 4:30 p.m. Eastern. At 5 p.m. Eastern, we get Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks. And so I will be joined by Rhiannon Held and by LaShawn M. Wanick and by Zach Clay again and by Toy Kristen Finley. And they are going to be joining me as we continue Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks with a big moment because we're moving into the Centurion. We're moving into the ship, which is a big deal if you've been following that campaign. So I'm super excited about that. I am also excited to see that there are graphical assets incoming. That's what I love to hear. Thank you so much, Shadowed Mage. Shadowed Mage is doing the splash screen and graphical assets again for this. And again, Shadowed is awesome, as everybody knows. So thank you, thank you. That's going to be happening from 5 to 8 p.m. Eastern. At 8:15 p.m. Eastern, we have a concert. Now, normally we have 3 to 4 people for this concert. However, Zach Clay is going to be DMing this time, and he's also doing Expedition, so he's not also going to do the concert. So he's not doing the concert. Chrono Wolf cannot do the concert because he'll be away this time. He did the concert last year. And Kilgore Trout, who usually does it, is having surgery, which is not talking out of school. He's been talking about this publicly. Gallbladder surgery, and that's happening, and then he will be in recovery from it. In fact, I think it's happening at the end of this week, and that's great because it's going to be a big relief to him, and I'm, obviously wishing him the very best. Why I know Play Fortnite? What's up, Optic Nerve? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bro. So anyway, but he obviously will not be able to do the concert either. So it's going to be Indy, who was not able to play last year, is able to play this year. He will be doing a full-out concert. In fact, probably an hour rather's worth, 8:15 to 9:15 p.m. Eastern. So my good friend Indy is going to be doing that. I'm very excited for that. So Indy will be with us Friday night and then Saturday night doing a concert. So super pumped up for that to happen, that concert. Then at 9:30 p.m., it is Tabletop Shenanigans with Waterdeep and the Shadow Crew. So Community D&D will be happening at 9:30 p.m. on Saturday. And as has been announced, as Shadowed Mage has announced just now, every $20 raised during the Shadow Crew time slot gives one of the players a free re-roll of any roll. It could be an attack roll or a skill check or a saving throw or even a damage roll. You add extra chaos to the shenanigans and stop by to donate. You could change the outcome of our story. Now, it seems to me that this is a thinly veiled attempt to get the Shadow Crew a leg up in the all-important who raised the most money during ARVCon challenge, but I will allow it insofar as it raises more money. I'm joking. Obviously, this is really awesome that they're doing this. And so, yeah, it's going to be exciting. You should do it. It's a great campaign to watch anyway. And so even more awesomeness is a part of this. So that's going to be great. That's happening again at 9:30 p.m. on Saturday of ARVCon. That is 12 consecutive hours, chat. 12 hours starting at noon p.m. and ending at midnight or a little bit beyond the day after. 12 consecutive hours of entertainment on this channel. It's going to be awesome. I cannot wait. So there's that. Hopefully someone can remind me to cut my recording into 2. Although I probably don't need to do that because I need to make sure that I do. This is the only time I run into this is during Subathon and during Arvathon and during ARVCon, is I need to make sure I don't do 12 consecutive hours of recording. I need to stop at some point and do a second one. So I'll try to remember. Anyway, so there's that. Then we go on to day 3 of ARVCon on Sunday, which, as we've just said, is a marathon session of this very group, Infinity and Beyond, playing Eberron Oracle of War, as they conclude Season 5 of Oracle of War with the conclusion of The Dragon Below. That is going to be taking place from 12 to 8 p.m. Eastern, so I am very excited for that, featuring the folks you just saw, Jen and Tren and John and Marie and Brandon. Then on Monday, day 4 of ARVCon, at 3 p.m. Eastern, day 4 of ARVCon 2025 will bring back those 3 scientists I mentioned, which is Dr. Sangwoo Park, Dr. Brendan Floyd, and Dr. Catherine Triandafilo for a TTRPG one-shot GM'd by the incredible Michael Underwood. So and Optic was part of Infinity and Beyond, so it continues to exist. But yeah, so Mike Underwood is going to be back for that. He was not able to do this last year, but they're back this year, and they're going to be GMing a one-shot for the scientists. So I'm super excited about that. I should also mention that I thought this was amusing. So Dr. Park has to use the name. One of them has the name The Real Sangwoo Park. And then there was Sangwoo S Park, and this one that we're going to have is Sangwoo S Park. Why? Because not only do both of them have the name Sangwoo Park, but both of them are cancer researchers. Like, what are the odds? Like, I went looking for it, and I'm like, oh, this must be the right one. And then I'm like, wait, that doesn't look quite right. And sure enough, there's another Dr. Sangwoo Park working on cancer research who is the one for Damon Runyon. And I'm like, that's the one that I want for social media. So that was kind of funny. But anyway, it is Dr. Sangwoo S. Park who's going to be joining this. It's going to be great. I am super pumped up for that, and it's going to be great. That's going to be happening from 3 to 6 p.m. Eastern, and then at 6:15 p.m. Eastern on the 4th day of ArvCon 2025 in the year of our Lord, et cetera, May 25th. May 26th. I will wrap everything up for ArvCon, and hopefully at that point we will have arrived at that point at the end, having passed our goal of $5,000. If we surpass $5,000 during this event chat, we will have surpassed $40,000 for the year, for the totality of ArvCon since it began over 10 years ago, and that'll be a pretty big milestone for us. So we're very excited about this. Also, I should mention that I am very excited that we are sponsored by this year Tin Mad Games, Nomad Games, Catalyst Game Labs, Athos Arts, Alligator Alley Entertainment, Free League Publishing, and GOG.com. Again, I am still open to other companies. If other companies are within the sound of my voice and would like to contribute and be sponsors as well, please reach out to me. I would love to be able to put Shadowed back to work to add some assets to that lay. Shadowed's like, wait, what? And all that. But please let me know. And regardless of that, be aware that we've got that going on. Also, we have 3 donation items. I'm not going to pull these out to show them now, but I will later in the week. The top donor is let me start with the third. The 4th donor, actually, I think we're going to drop all the way down to the 4th donor now. The 4th donor is going to get an Infinity and Beyond modern shirt, which is that one that John is sending to me. So the 4th top donor is going to get that shirt, which I think is pretty cool. 3rd top donor is going to get a prize pack that will consist of Icarus, my award-winning graphic novel Icarus, the award-winning Grey Assassin trilogy that I wrote, Grey Shade, Renegade, and Heretic, and will also feature a set of dice, plus a board game of Vikings, the board game, and a board game of Super Camelot. So 2 board games and 4 books and a set of dice will go to the 3rd top donor. 2nd top donor will get the amazing photograph sent to us by Prince Justin of the Mississippi River. It was really gorgeous. I'm excited about that. I feel like I have reached out to them before. Optic, but I should double check back on that. I've reached out to some others, and I'm still waiting to hear from 1 or 2 more, but in any case, but that's a good thought. I should think about that. But other people can let them know, hey, guess what? Let me just look at this. This splash screen. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. It looks so gorgeous. I'm just going to download that bad boy right now. Very nice, very nice. Thank you so much, Shadowed. And I'll settle up with you on Discord. Goodman Games, I don't think this is their bag. I've tried them before. Goodman Games also is they have had not a great public week, Optic, without getting into details. You should look up and take a look and see. They've had some issues recently. So, but again, that's something to think about. I will consider other possibilities to look at too. So anyway, that is the 2nd donor, and then the top donor is going to get the amazing photographs sent to us. Both Prince Justin's is on metal and smaller, and then a large photo of Drew the Damager sent on metal as well. And so we're going to have, in addition to that, a bunch of giveaway prizes and games and a whole bunch of things going on, which is really exciting. And we're even going to get a couple of Tuckerizations, which means that your name will be added to short stories done by the amazing and awesome Jennifer Brozek. So we got that as well. So very excited about that. It's going to be great. It's going to be cool. Can't wait for it. That, however, is going to do it for me for tonight. But again, mark your calendars. The more we can spread the word, the more people we can get in here. We had an excellent turnout tonight. And if we can get turnout like that continues to go up at that same level, and we can get more people in as a result, for ArvCon, I would love to see it. Big numbers in ArvCon helps the channel, which is great. But even more important, it helps get our donation levels up and gets more attention to Damon Runyon, which is super great. I'll talk more again about the significance of this to me personally. Most of you have heard this story by now, but I'll talk more about why it's so important to me, because it is, when we get there. But so that, however, is going to do it for me. However, we are going to do a raid because we have a decent number of people here tonight. And let's see. Yes. Okay. I think I see who we are going to. I think I see who we're going to raid. We have two possibilities here. Yeah, I know. I think I know who we're going to raid. So the way the raid works is really simple. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is the Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid. Sorry, that's if you're not a sub. If you are a sub, you're going to do this. You can cut and paste this, but just add in Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, Arvany Woe, Arvany Witch, Arvany How, Arvany Critical Hit, Arvany, all that stuff. All the Arvanys, there's a lot of them now. Arvany Swole. You can do all that when you are brought over automatically to the place that we are going to raid. And then after that, you can feel free to head off on your way. But please do come on the raid with us because everyone likes it. It's good for everybody. It's good for their channel, good for our channel, good for everything else. But otherwise, if you like what you saw and heard tonight, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Thanks for everyone who was watching me over on YouTube today. I appreciate that very much. Please subscribe to us there. We are at a new record there. We're over 1,103 subscribers now on YouTube. So that's great. Free for you to do that, but really helps us out and the algorithm out. So please do that. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter, !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky, especially Blue Sky. Website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. !ArvTreon is that Patreon. Want to get that into triple digits again before ArvCon is my goal. So I really hope we can do that because you can get good stuff for yourself and good stuff for the channel. ArvTreon for that. You can also sub to the channel, as several of you did today. That really is helpful as well. You get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. And listen, chat, there looks like there's going to be some rolls that have to be made, and so you better get those inspirations ready. You just heard how much role-playing stuff we got coming up, tabletop stuff we got coming up over the next week, so you better be ready with your inspirations, and that means any support that you can give would be much appreciated. On the publishing front, to Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts, Library, my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, that's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, Greyshade, my Greyshade IP, featuring the Grey Assassin Trilogy, Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic from Athos Arts. You can get that at that Greyshade link. You can get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, who you just saw, and you can get the pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which you just saw Brandon O'Brien talking about, designed by him and by the amazing folks, published by the amazing folks at Alligator Alley. That will be out at Gen Con August of this year, so you can pre-order it now to guarantee your copy. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And send the message we'll do so for others in that situation in the future. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Prince Justin, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, The Rising Tides, the best mods in the business. They will be busy during ArvCon. They are all awesome people. They are the best. You should also, much love and thanks to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Prince Justin, Shadow, Triffid, Rising Tides, Nonstop, Wispy Song, Thordex Mommy, Bit 101. Thank you so much. And thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Dark Still Spork, to Deviator, to Dr. Hugo Z. Heckenbush, Dragon Spear, who was lurking back there, Light and Passion as always. Thank you to Mrs. Dunsel, who's a subscriber. Thank you to Ona Marin. Thank you to Optic Nerve as always. Always a pleasure to have Optic here. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda, of course. And thank you to Zalvi. And special thanks tonight Again, to Infinity and Beyond, thank you to Tren, Marie, Brandon, John, and Jen for everything. You are all awesome. Stick around for the raid. I will see you folks back here Tuesday at noon Eastern for Beowulf Age of Heroes as we continue that campaign with Witches in the Worm with Tari Tunes. And then I'll be over on GogCom's Twitch channel later that day with Pen and Pixels playing some Expeditions Rome. And on Thursday, it's Oblivion Remastered. Let's go. More Oblivion coming up. And then ArfCon on Friday. Can't wait. But I'll see you folks on Tuesday. Everyone have a lovely rest of your weekend. Please stick around for the raid. And thanks to the Infinity and Beyond crew. I will see you folks soon. Everyone, please be good to each other. And bye for now.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most. A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Alarion, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in their shield, their armor, and their will to keep the Citadel and its mission safe, no matter what the cost. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, so that her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister and the Citadel is more necessary than ever. Tantin, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him, and how much worse the next war could be. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, yet even in the midst of doubt, hope remains. Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but they aren't the only ones sitting at the table. As the shadows gather, will he have the chips to pay if his bet is called? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They found Sky Blue, the daring thief tied to the ancient draconic prophecy, and stopped the Claw operative Arulin Karnak before traveling back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. Capturing one of the Claw's most powerful lieutenants and sent to negotiate peace with the nation of Thrain, they survived another assassination attempt and saved the Thrain's leader from the continent-wide vengeance of the Undying Court, only to discover they'd been betrayed by an ally who was not as she seemed. Now the King's Citadel must stop the Emerald Claw once and for all, using their new knowledge and new allies to finish the Claw and gain the information they need about the Oracle of War before it's too late. But can they learn the Oracle's secrets, stop the Emerald Claw, and discover the deepest plans of the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the world within and without Salvation.